Hi.
You can assemble in like a little lounge area in like the guest quarters.
Hi.
All of you have had your own varying degrees of rest. All of you have rested since any of the events we've talked about.
Of course.
Yeah, no, we've had several days, so I hope you're rested.
Yeah. The point is, a bit, compared to all the individual things I've spoken to any of you about, you have all rested since that point and have now kind of just woken up.
Yeah.
Yep. Shunda's downtime has actually been quite boring compared to the rest of you.
The overall, everything is more or less okay. Some of you have noticed there is some minor tensities with people around now.
Cough.
Where people have got a bit tenser again against you. Not everyone, some people.
Are you all like me?
Complete asshat.
No, that tensity is felt against all of you.
Yeah.
No, they like me. I've decided they like me.
Nope. I can tell you for sure they do not like you.
Well, I don't care, I've decided.
Because unfortunately for you, the two kids are also, they're kind of
blaming everything that's happened since on us.
And the problem is, the general populace kind of
with the kids as well.
All I did was pick some apples. It's not my fault.
Not the entire general populace. There is very much a divide of some of them are listening purely to what Soraya is saying, and you guys are fine. But the kids have enough influence that there is that nagging bit that can't help but think maybe the kids are right.
Which is why I'm glad we're getting this done with now.
Yes, the celebrity status certainly does not help.
Yeah.
Carrick will not be with those kids.
No. He can infiltrate some other kids' group information thing.
He will infiltrate a picnic.
That works.
Oh my.
Damn it, Carrot, get off my apples.
No, we can't see him. Tiny.
No, if he wanted to hide, then I think there was literally no way Shunda could see him.
Even on a natural one, he's still stealthier than your perception check.
Yeah.
Well, it was the same thing with Shunda. It's very convenient.
My inspiration's back.
Sadly,
Good.
because someone pissed the kids off, Aquilo didn't get to do his big plot thing that he was doing.
I'm kind of glad for that.
Mm-hmm.
But have we all decided on whether or not we want to take negative levels? And...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aquilo was going to take one last
Which...
job. It was going to be a great
Alright, let's prepare the restorations. How many? I need to double check how many extracts I can prepare. I can prepare 4 of them today, so I'm going to do that.
It was going to be the best smuggling thing ever. I was going to smuggle 2 kids right under you guys' noses. It was going to be great.
No, you wouldn't have.
Oh, yes, I would have. It was a great plan.
He did have a plan which I think actually would have succeeded. But it doesn't work anymore because they're kind of wanting to kind of punch all of you.
Yes.
Except they probably won't because they realise these people are stronger than them by a lot.
Oh no, if they want to, I'm sure they probably have punched me.
No, they've been avoiding you.
Yeah.
Like the plague. Like you have the Black Death avoiding you.
Aquilo was going to take them up on that offer. If he attacked him with the rapier or something like that, Aquilo was just going to let them stab him, take the rapier, and shove it deeper in him and say, next time commit to the offer. And then walk away.
Yes, traumatize the kids more. Great idea.
Yep.
Oh crap, Aquilo.
Anyway.
They're not really traumatized.
Oh no, but I mean, imagine if you
Doesn't
started
matter.
I don't know, using a rapier as a makeshift plunger. Probably would not the price. Whatever word we were just using, the kids.
There. That is my extracts that I'm preparing today. Yeah, well,
Really? Only 4 extracts?
I can prepare the others in a minute. I just need a minute to prepare the others. Well, actually,
There isn't any that you want to prepare that might help with the ritual?
Yeah, actually, I should probably think about that.
You guys,
That's why I am preparing Tears to Wine today.
Well,
By the way, everyone's getting +5 on intelligence and wisdom-based checks.
technically, you guys
Woo.
are not going to be called on to roll anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, but it's what would your character do anyway?
I'm putting yours aboard.
I could imagine Kyras preparing that regardless.
Yeah. Considering this lasts a while, it's fine.
Isn't it hours per level?
I think it
10
is.
10 minutes.
10 minutes per level.
So 2 hours.
It's an enhancement bonus.
Yes. I'm assuming we're just waiting for Soraya to finish up things.
Well, it's early morning. You're having a chance
Does
to kind of
anybody
prepare.
else hear that metallic whine?
Yes.
Because the
Jmack,
ritual.
can you say something?
I think he muted himself because I think there's hoovering in his background.
Okay.
Yeah, see, everybody. But essentially, what's happening is you guys have today to get ready because tonight the ritual commence and it will reach its completion at midnight.
Yep.
Basically, it will be a 6-hour ritual, 6 p.m. until midnight. If you need to go to toilet, do it before then.
Yeah, well, Shunda's going to get some rest before that, because he's going to be on guard duty, I guess.
Actually, there is one more
something I would
extra
like to
thing.
ask Soraya about this ritual. Does she need to be able to directly see the herald?
Oh, crap, did that wrong.
Why?
I just want to conjure some mist, that's all.
We don't need to be fancy.
Conjuring mist is probably not the best idea because it also makes it harder to coordinate between people.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, no, I'm just... It's a person I'm doing this for.
They're fully aware.
Generally speaking, how I've gotten in contact with them is by mist.
She's fully aware who the caretaker is.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying.
The point is, there's no point doing the whole, like, the person who contracted... No. You might as well just say it.
Yeah. I know. Just still not used to working with people who know better.
It's almost like you say, it's thinking everyone in the universe is incompetent.
Including me.
Which is only partly true.
But yeah, will it be possible to cast a spell during the ritual?
Nope.
Okay, never mind. Over goes that idea.
Essentially, you're going to be doing 6 hours of continuous full-round actions.
Okay.
You can take a swift.
I do not have Quicken spell, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm gonna prepare those. Speaking of, I'm gonna drink that false life like when we start the ritual. So.
Have it last for 6 hours.
Yeah, it lasts for 12. I'm just going to roll the hit points right now. I think it's like I need to double check how much it actually is. D10 plus 10. 18. Okay. Just because... Yeah, if I'm going to be taking negative levels, I need something to buffer my HP up.
A temporary buffer is not going to be... It's not going to help that much, because it will expire eventually.
No, but I would like to have it at least, in case something happens after the ritual. Because I don't trust that nothing's going to.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting some sort of riot to happen during the ritual.
I don't know about a riot, but yeah.
Well, it depends how much these kids rile up the populace.
I don't think they're going to do that. They, I
No,
think
they're
that
not
would
try-
that
they're
would
not
go
trying to
against
get us.
Soraya.
They're not trying to get us lynched. They just don't quite profoundly do not like us.
Yeah,
I mean,
I could.
They don't want us near them at this point.
they might not mind if you got lynched right now.
Yeah,
No, they
and
wouldn't mind, but
I'm
they
pretty-
wouldn't go against
I'm pretty
Soraya
sure.
to get us lynched.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. But I can still
Soraya
see
is-
them using the townfolk to try and throw us out, like mid-ritual or not.
But they honestly wouldn't try it against Soraya. Soraya is both their mother and their leader. There's a lot of reasons why they wouldn't want to go against her.
Kyras, how many times did you go about against your parents and leaders when you were a kid?
But they weren't Soraya, though.
They were the
Soraya
guys.
is-
Okay, Shunda, I'm going to need you to define two things: one, parents; two, leaders.
Exactly. That's another thing. They specifically put a lot of respect and admiration into Soraya. They're not going to start a rebellion or anything against her.
No one will interrupt the ritual. I can tell you why. Gedran's laying in front of the door outside of the ritual.
Also, Shiga is probably there as well if they're not in the ritual itself.
Shiga is also guarding the ritual as well.
Exactly. So we have a big wall behind. Yeah, we have a big wall.
And Shiga for this has decided to pull out all the stops. Shiga's gone colossal size.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah, so
They can barely fit in that room.
Shiga's just standing there, colossal size. Shunda's standing next to her, just sort of quietly ribbing her about being a dog.
Yeah, essentially, Shiga is so big that Shiga is technically squeezing, but on the bright side, no one is getting past.
Big fuzzy wolf.
Big fuzzy wolf, little fuzzy kitty.
So,
Who's like bopping the giant wolf on the nose.
Basically, yeah.
And Gedran's out in front of that being giant lizardy.
speaking of which, we should probably get like a visual representation of where we're standing in the ritual. That's going to be important. Yeah, I realize you're going to be like right there.
Wait 1 second, so here's something for you.
You're
So
not as close as possible.
I'm going to move Shunda and Shiga away,
Bye.
Well,
as well as the other characters who will not be willing to give up their life for us.
My call.
Pico's willing.
Well,
Pico
Good to hear.
is.
that's when Dirk just hasn't moved.
No, Pico's willing.
Yeah, Pico's pretty loyal, and they're pretty strong in their own right. I think they can afford to, even if it's the weakest amount.
But yes, essentially your scale runs from where Soraya is,
Which is basically you die.
all the way, yes, probably of you die, all the way to, well,
You die and you're not coming back, rather, with
Yeah,
where Soraya is.
essentially your scale is put yourself somewhere on this line or adjacent to the line.
So, like,
I need to know where Elric is standing
Because
and where the 4 level mark is.
yeah.
4 is here. 4 negative levels is here.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh.
There.
It's probably not a 1-to-1, Aquilo.
Is it not?
It's probably not. We don't know. That's the thing.
Hey.
We just know that the closer is more power gone. Closer is more energy given.
It is almost a 1-to-1 square.
Considering if it were 1-to-1, this is like 17 levels right here. You would be
Well, that is
so
actually
far
that
dead.
is actually that is exactly true because if you're right next to Soraya, it is 20 negative levels. You would be dead and you're not coming back at all unless we somehow find a cleric who is both proficient enough to raise the dead and cast Greater Restoration immediately as you come back.
Yeah, Aquilo's sitting right there. Just basically playing with playing cards. Probably brought a chair too.
4, 6, 9.
Not 44.
Oh god!
Okay, no.
Oh,
11.
Talk about like power curve, Jesus.
Yeah, that's. Or it's actually a log curve.
It's just like death.
Did I never? Did I never
The scale is actually logarithmic.
Math nerds.
And there's 18, and then Soraya
Oh,
is
that's
20.
fine. You have 11 negative levels. So you take one more step forward.
There
you
you
have
go.
negative 44 negative levels.
There you go. There is the effective scale for number of negative levels you receive. So technically,
Sure, you want to take 9 negative levels, Aquilo?
So technically, you know where Elric was originally wanting to stand, Kyras?
No, that would literally kill him.
No.
Maybe.
No, he didn't think it would, but the fact that essentially Marlon said that, it's like,
That would kill him as well. Yeah.
Still
That's
the
a lot
11.
more better.
The 10 mark. Alright, well. I'm like,
Which
"Oh,
Laura will point that out. It's like, this is still going to significantly hurt.
he doesn't want to hurt you, is the problem.
6 is a good number.
6 is a good number.
How about we stand here?
Are we forming a pyramid?
I'll compromise a little bit.
Way to look after me, guys.
You're being a stubborn bastard.
I'm just saying Elric wanted to stand here.
Yeah, that would.
True.
No, that would literally
Aquilo
kill
comes,
like all of
Aquilo, come
us.
stand with your family.
Nope. You guys got my back.
Also, before the ritual starts, just because I have it prepared, I'll cast Book Word on the staff and I guess Reinforced Armaments Extended, mostly just because I have it prepared, even if you don't do anything. But have the things. Let's hope it makes a difference.
I
Yeah.
totally forgot those spells were a thing. Well done, Ayo.
Well, I don't know if it'll do anything. Mostly it just increases hardness and protects it from some things. Let's just
That's
hope
true.
that if it's fault that counts.
Yeah. Good news is for us 4 right here, I have enough extracts to get rid of at least one of these negative levels. So I guess we wanted to, we could just step forward in a single space and
Aquilo wasn't moving. Hey.
No.
but yeah, like I have enough restoration to at
That
least
would be
knock
so
these negative
evil.
levels
Just
down.
like at the height of the ritual, just bull rush someone closer.
Well, they have
it's
to
a
be willing,
6-hour
sadly.
ritual.
Well, no, the thing is, the person was willing to do the ritual.
Oh, okay. So it's just you have to be willing to do the ritual. Where you end up is that can be changed.
I mean, if right at the point where it's drawing all the power, suddenly he's bull rushed forward 3 spaces.
I mean, technically, suggestion lasts long enough for me to be like, Aquilo will stand right next to Soraya.
I don't think that suggestion would
I'm
work.
pretty sure
Am I?
suggestion wouldn't work because Aquila would know that is a quite distinctly suicidal thing.
Put on a blindfold, spin around 5 times, and walk forward in that direction.
Yay! Ice
Walks
Cube!
away.
Yay!
I don't think the ice cube's going to help.
The ice cube cannot survive. The ice cube will melt within those 6 hours.
I know. I just found him in the void. Ice Cube.
You know what? Yeah, here. Yeah, a bit more protection.
Does everyone agree, Domvo, this is where we're going to stand? Also, it's a good
Yeah,
information
I'll move up a
like
little
this.
bit.
Just keep in mind, you're going to be taking like what, a -7 at minimum to most skills. That's pretty.
I realize
hard
that.
to like hit things. You're going to be not that great in combat.
Ayo,
I realize that.
You're combat now.
Hmm?
Ayo, you're leading combat now.
Look, I'm still.
No, Shunda still is. He's not in this.
No. Based on Tinder's roll, you don't want him. He's rolled proportionally too many nat ones.
No, Jortes has. Shunda has not.
Let's-
No, but Tinder as a player has.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if we get into combat, I'm mostly going to be relying on like spells which don't have to have me hit that well.
If we get into
Something
combat,
things,
I'm
but
breaking out
just-
all the AoEs.
Oh dear crap. Oh, this is.
Yeah,
Man, with a scale like
monster.
this, I get a real feeling that this still isn't going to be enough.
Well, look, we do not know. We have to just go with what is fair.
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have people that can stand this fodder.
Yeah.
I know, which is a big problem. I'm wondering if there's anything else that I might be able to use to help with this.
I mean, admittedly, Soraya was originally going to do it without anyone.
Yes, but she was resigned to the fact that the staff probably wouldn't survive.
Yes, but now we're okay. Look, there's like 5 people here. Or 6 people. That's so much more of a greater chance.
That is true. It is 6 people.
And even then, there's not much more we can do. So we just have to go for what we have.
Look, if I didn't have kids to look after, I would be perfectly willing to stand here. Well, not there, here.
You mean, yeah, literally to where it wouldn't barely.
I'm just saying, if you're willing to stand here, you might as well stand all the way up here.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I'd be perfectly willing to stand here if it weren't for the fact I have people to take care of.
Oh,
Well, no, that's not true. I would rather him stand at the exact point where he dies, because at the very least we could reincarnate him and then restoration the levels away.
Actually, since I have it prepared, do you think she'll ever... Wait, is Soraya going to need to roll anything during this ritual?
Technically, yes. Soraya the roll stuff, though Soraya has got a year of preparation bonuses.
Question, is it going to be any saves? Because I could give her +1 resistance bonus, which will actually last for the ritual.
No.
Okay, never mind then.
Also,
Yeah,
you may not want to take half the damage yourself.
Okay, well, I don't know if she's taking any damage, but I should be fine.
Well, she's taking negative level damage.
That's not the same as damage roll.
There's also other damage.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
Yeah.
I'll be on
Another reason why I'm
healing.
glad I false lifed, because
Yeah, for reference, Ayo, even though I don't have the spell prepared, I could still throw 7 fireballs today.
I seen. That scares me.
One of which could be maximised.
One. Yes.
And this is why we have Shunda as the artillery and the front lines fighter.
I think we're...
Sure does pissed. Everything dies.
Basically, yes.
I'm just saying, artillery's supposed to be at the back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Shunda is the artillery.
No,
Aquilo can be artillery if you set him up like that. I mean, it's not
No.
completely unreasonable.
Except you don't throw explosions. You throw things.
No. We can use Aquilo as artillery. We put him in the catapult and we fire him.
Yes.
That would be a good way to do it. And he summons Gedran in midair.
I prefer to...
No, what Aquilo does is he switches places with Gedran in midair.
Yeah, that would work.
Very fair,
as well.
Marsha.
and then climbs in the cannon again.
But yeah, I can, if depending on what I roll, I can summon between 3 and 6 lightning bolts per turn. So.
Yeah, but that's using broken
Also,
summoner
I would like
shit.
to point out that next level I can literally become artillery because I'll get Siege of Trees.
Oh, God.
That is true. Yeah, Siege of Trees is a pretty good spell for that.
I think we're good.
I don't know what I get next level.
Yeah,
Do I
are
get
you
those
ready?
spells?
I get heavy armor. Whoop whoop.
Nice. Oh, I get
Can't
5th level spells.
afford any, but I get it.
I get 5th level spells. I have no idea what I get for the. Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
So
I
it's
get 5th level as well. But anyway, are we ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The arrow is loaded. Fire it into
Everyone's
Soraya.
Backstab! Anyone have sneak attack?
Yes. There are, in fact, you have sudden strike, which is basically sneaking. Basically, what sneak attack.
Yeah,
That's not.
kind of.
Sarah will wipe before us. Or
Not
maybe-
after this. We'll trounce her.
But she's
Murder.
flat-footed right. But she's flat-footed right now.
Okay, correction. Soraya may not be able to take you on, but I hope you enjoy the fire plane.
Oh, good. They actually do have an energy drain thing on the conditions. So, nope.
Yeah, I'm rather with Ayo on this one. I will happily send you to the plane of fire.
Difference is
I
actually
kind of
have-
want to see that happen.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna hurt.
Not
Yeah,
me.
it's not going to be pleasant, but
Well, the ritual then commences. It is a long process. Starting at 6 p.m., the sky has already gone dark outside. You're at the peak of winter. It is when the world has reached its coldest point. It is when the power of the moon takes over, not the power of the sun. And in this time, the cold reaches in. And it can be felt even in this chamber deep down that the midnight moon watches this location. And it hungers for something of great power as it watches this ritual unfold. Each of you have taken your various positions, creating a circle around the center of the chamber, Soraya up on the highest platform in the middle, the staff right before them. It is difficult. It is tiring, and it is mentally and physically exhausting to be part of this. The ritual strains your ability to stay standing as you feel this force, this power, as the circles you're in are draining fragments of your life force away. It burns and pulls and tugs, and you feel your very existence almost being removed from the plane very slightly, as if you're less important, you're less of an importance in the universe. At least if it's only temporarily. The power flowing through this room is magnitudes large. The only feeling you've had of similar, even scale, would be that you felt back when the Lady of the Light took Elric's hand and released the power of a Grey Rock. Energy is being released here in a huge amount. And it's quite clear, not all of the energy is emanating from this room, or from the pit below, which houses the Herald. The power from outside is also waning in. Spirits dance and hum, even so much so that even those of you who normally can't make them out can see them for the first time, perhaps, for some of you, moving about, donating their power to this ritual as well. Thousands and thousands of little sparks. The echoing sounds of almost time, in a sense, this goes past. You can see some of you get weird visions, hallucinations. You see fragments of the past. Many of you seeing what you can only guess were Marquis' radiance, for example. Meanwhile, others of you, those of you more closer to this closer to the spirits, might instead feel something else, or see something else. You may see some of the great battles between the Lady of the Light and the Caretaker. Regardless of what you're seeing, and regardless of exactly how you feel, this is an immense drain, and it being in this room goes against every fibre of your being. Your brain's telling you to leave. This hurts on a level which your brain can't even comprehend.
I'm pretty sure Halios can comprehend this. And is still standing defiantly as per their nature. Because they were very much chaotic at one point, and that's just kind of like going, oh, you're telling me I'm not important? Well, fuck you and everything you stand for. I'm staying right here.
Aquilo isn't saying anything, but he's kind of his left eye twitches a bit, and he shuffles his cards a bit faster.
The ritual does not require many of you to do too much, mostly just endure through it. Because while the pain is not physical, and the pain is not something you can describe, it's this piece of you being removed. There are no ways to describe it, no words that can match the feeling. Just simply, it is something which is undeniable and almost uncomparable, unless any of you, of course, faced something like a wraith before.
Something like that.
Yet, as the ritual reaches its peak, and the room gathers its immense amount of energy, circling Soraya like a huge storm, the room becomes difficult to see through, this deep fog rolling around all of you, oozing around. and centering around the huge pit, almost going over it, and then just dropping, like it was a rock, not made of air. The pit filling with immense smoke, and a blazing heat filling the room. As rising from it is a creature who you have seen before once, though now he is much more powerful, to a degree far higher than before. The Caretaker's Herald arises before you in an immense and staggering motion, roaring out at the top of his lungs in a way that can likely be heard for miles. Some of you will most certainly be shaken by the event. Some of you likely would have failed your fear rolls at being before a creature unbound and unchained, rising up. Though, unlike last time, where his intention was clearly malicious, instead, the giant figure that blends so many different creatures simply vanishes away into the darkness, almost the mist engulfing them and wisping them away like they were never here. And with that, at the very end, the magic will collapse in on itself in one large clap. All onto the singular point where Soraya and the staff is, creating a shockwave that undeniably will knock most of you from your feet and some of you into the wall behind you. The entire building, the entire cavern, possibly the entire crater shaking with the force of this ritual.
Whoops.
An immense amount of smoke and mist filling the room, choking all of you out as the clock passes midnight. And either this ritual has succeeded or this ritual has failed. But one way or another, the damage it has done is done.
Well, very first thing Helios does is just find Elric.
Elric was one of the few individuals who got blasted clean back, essentially out of the... Well, if the door was open, he would have gone straight out of the door.
So he just kind of made a nice thud against Gedran, I'm guessing.
No, since the doors are sealed, he basically slammed into the huge cast iron doors.
Oh, lovely.
Well, Shunda will start moving over and helping people back onto their feet.
As Shunda sees just the carnage of smoke and the debris everywhere.
It's just kind of on the floor coughing.
Shunda basically grabs Ayo by the arm and basically pulls him up, lifts him off the ground and sets him back down onto his feet. He's not being as gentle as he probably should.
Thanks, Shunda.
Aquilo was upside down. The chair fell backwards. Aquilo's still sitting in a chair. He's like, ow.
That is 7 negative levels for both of the people on the between 9 and... Yeah, that was between 9 and 6.
Okay.
I marked down 8. Oh well.
Wait, what did I get?
I marked down 8.
Well, you can... Well, I technically rolled 7 for you. Aquilo, you got the 9 because you were on the 9 mark.
Alright.
That's how many you got. It's just the people that were in the weird in-betweens for the ones that aren't solid 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's still
Meanwhile, Eric took 8 levels worth, which I had to apply to his pool.
still very dark and misty, isn't it?
Yes, the room is essentially filled with dust, smoke. It's very hard to see anything in here. And it's a little bit hard to breathe with all the smoke.
Aquilo now has 35 health. Yay!
Let's see.
Whoops.
Eric has an effective pool of that, meaning he had an overflow of how much of the pool turned to negative levels? That much. Okay. Well,
Okay, well. Let's see, how much...
Well, I'm going to just turn into a very large bird and just start fanning the smoke away.
While he's doing that, I'm going to take the scrolls of... Oh man, ooh. With these negative levels, I may... No, I
guys,
think I'm
question.
Mhm.
Oh, thanks, Shunda. Ow. Where the hell is Soraya?
Yeah, basically, Shunda's working his way from the back to the front, picking up anyone who needs to, and he will be heading towards Soraya once everyone else is up, if no one stops him.
Also, the various ones of you took part in the ritual also receive another penalty, technically.
Oh, no.
All right.
How many? So, Aquilo, you received how many negative levels?
9.
Because you also receive 25 damage.
Holy shit! Okay.
Wow.
Oh dear crap, I'm really glad that I put on false life.
You
That
two,
was basically average as well.
you two received 7 negative levels, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The two of you get 28 to Thalias, 32 to Moralana. Elric gets 24.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
Ayo and
so-
Pico.
Aquilo basically, as you help him up, he sort of climbs onto your back and drapes his arms around your shoulder and says, "Ow!"
Shunda just says no, sort of
Pico
grabs you, pulls you
and Ayo.
over his head like you would a jumper, just
Nice.
drops you onto the chair again.
What?
I'll handle Pico separately because I haven't leveled up Pico properly. But
I'm going to heal Elric for 28 hit points.
yeah, okay. The variety of damage most of you have taken was from, for example, getting blasted into debris or having debris fall on you.
Oh, lovely. Let's see, my max
Aquilo
HP
falls
goes
backwards
down
in his chair, and a very large boulder lands square on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
32.
In Eric's case, all of Eric's damage was pretty much from getting propelled into an iron door.
Okay, 15.
Yeah. Iron Doors kind of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Only slightly.
Alright, minus 20.
Ayo and Pico near the edge took the least amount of damage.
Yeah, exact HP.
Okay, so now everyone gather round as I'm prepping needles.
Uh,
Yeah, Shunda's still walking
And-
past.
Needles in a single vial.
yeah, Aquilo, as you set him back in the chair, he will follow you.
And I'm also pulling out some scrolls.
Oh, there's
And
some
these I actually need to roll for.
Yay. So
With these
Shunda's like
negative-
down here by this point, heading towards Soraya.
trying
Yeah,
to move,
Aquilo is
trying-
following along.
moving through the smoke, trying to get past the rubble everywhere.
Yep.
Alright.
And it's Aquilo actually following Shunda.
Yeah.
But why are you following me? Go get healing. Thalias is over there.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Soraya's doing.
If she needs help, I'll carry her back to you guys.
Yeah, that's great and all, Shunda. I'm curious.
In
God, you're annoying sometimes.
You get used to it.
as Shunda kind of tries to force his way forward through the debris, there's a lot of it. You know, there's a huge rock blocking most of the walkway, which you need to kind of push out of the way first.
Yeah, but a lot of it is he's not trying to go around either. It's literally he finds something in front of him, he pushes or throws it out of his way.
Mm-hmm. As Shunda will reach the top platform. Well, I'm going to mechanically inform you, Soraya started this ritual with 165 hit points. A lot of
He is now disabled.
Soraya is currently on 12 hit points.
Okay, so no, she's still conscious. Technically.
But is she capable of moving?
Well, as essentially Shunda reaches the peak, Soraya is standing there, or kind of standing there, leaning against a sparking staff that has well, it's cracked. It's not broken.
Yay!
Oh, thank crap.
Like, it's damaged, but it's not destroyed. It could, in theory, be repaired with enough time.
Bring it to me. I have great. Michael.
Oh,
It would take more than great to make. It would take people
Yeah,
spending.
but I can at least heal some of the HP damage.
Yeah, just here, bring it
yeah.
to us so we can work on it.
But as Sarai is kind of trying to use it essentially as like to keep themselves standing. Right.
Yeah, Shunda just walks up to her. It's like, oh, you survived. Good. And he literally just walks up and tries to pick her up in his arms and carry her back to Thalaias.
Don't worry, love. Cavalry's here.
How much strength does Shunda have?
Lots if I remember. 18.
How much spare carry capacity do you have?
I am currently carrying 88.5 pounds. My heavy load is 350. My lift off ground is 700.
You can technically move Sarai, though since Sarai does wear quite the heavy armor plus carries a lot of equipment,
Yeah, but he's not so much bothered about the weight at the moment as long as he can physically carry her. And if she's not fighting him off, he does literally just walk up, like, pick her up in his arms.
She isn't quite in the state, as she is now suffering from a gratuitous number of negative levels, as well as has enough stat drain to put Elric's regular dosage on Shame.
Oh, lovely. Well, okay, so I remember one negative level from me, one from Elric.
Okay.
And I have 6 strength damage right now.
Luckily, Elric doesn't have that many negative levels.
You did it on you, so it removes
I have
damage.
lesser restoration.
No. It's either negative levels or ability
okay.
damage. I'm doing it for the negative levels. So.
Luckily, even though
strength drain, yeah. For strength
I 6 at the moment.
Okay, let's see. So I'll make sure I'm rolling this correctly.
I can prepare up to 4 of them myself as well, so.
Yeah.
Second.
So as Shunda's carrying Sarai down, does Shiga come up to us?
yes.
Yeah, basically as Shiga gets closer, he just holds Sarai out in his arms. It's just like, she survived, go take care of her.
Yep, Shiga will take Soraya and will quickly kind of thank you, kind of move off, kind of rushedly kind of saying, get some rest. She'll be around later. Or Shag will be around later. And you're basically left in the rubble.
Dark, if you didn't hear, remove a single negative level from Elric.
I heard.
Okay, good.
Which luckily Elric doesn't have that many negative levels. He only even though he rolled 8, he only got 2 of them.
Nice.
Nice. Oh. Well, he had rolled lower. They lost the coin flip.
He absorbed 6 off of his barrier, so.
Oh, Elska just like, well, technically we don't need to do anything after this, so I'm gonna go to bed.
It is now, of course, midnight, and many of your bodies are now aching and, of course, tired, hungry, exhausted, needing the toilet.
Quickly.
Yeah. Is that
You spent 6 hours there essentially unable to move beyond a 5-foot square.
Yeah, before everyone walks off, Shunda will walk around everyone in the group and just tap them on the head, and you'll all be able to tell by now he's cast Keep Watching You, and he'll basically say, you can go sleep if you want, you can stay up if you want, it doesn't matter now. Have fun. Then he just walks off. Carrying Michael in his arms.
Michael mounts.
Yeah, as soon as Alaric and Aquilo get their negative levels done, Helios is just going to turn into a large size lizard or something, or probably a lion or something. Actually, considering it's softer, more comfortable, just basically carry Aquilo and Elric off.
Yeah, you do that. I'm going to sit here for a little while and and prepare my extracts to get my strength damage back.
Hale's gonna wait for Kirk and have him floating disc him back.
Yes. The day of the ritual, the number needed to exceed was pre-calculated before it. You met it.
Oh, so lovely. I'm glad I moved up. Oh, if I hadn't moved up.
I've noticed this has been a thing, especially this has been a thing that's been happening a lot recently. Tindo can vouch for this as well.
I've done it a hell of a lot.
Yes, where
Barely beating
players
DCs.
have either been failing catastrophically or hitting it clean on the nose for my DCs.
Yeah, it's literally like those 7 or 8 nat ones I've had. Aside from them, I think I've exactly hit the DC like 3 or 4 times since yesterday.
Yeah,
I bore witness to one of those times.
Yeah, if you take nat ones and if you take the number of nat ones you roll plus the number of times you hit the DC on the nose, and go back to his total number of rolls, it's something like 65. Not so it's like 75% here.
Yeah, it's kind of mental.
But there's very little of the in between.
Well.
Just got blood money left, and
We survived! Woo.
One of the only checks you nuked during your downtime stuff so far, Tinder, is that last sense motive.
Yeah.
That was nuked.
alright, so 3 lesser restorations.
Yes.
I'm gonna lay on a big snuggly lion.
Go for it.
Yes. Team PC, you are able to rest.
Woo.
I
I get 1 Arcana point back. That's
by the
all
way,
I spent.
Also, your bodies are aching.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, before they take the staff off, would I be allowed to at least look at it, see if it is still functioning? I want to double check this first.
I mean,
With arcane sight.
You can get a cursory glance as
Yeah.
drive being taken away.
Yeah, just enough to
But
make sure that it's not.
It's clear. It's clear. It's not been destroyed. That's clear.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you.
If it had got destroyed pretty definitively, you would know it was destroyed.
Oh, lovely. Well, okay.
The artifacts don't tend to go out with a fizzle. They tend to go out with a bit of a
Bang.
A bang.
Bang.
Yeah.
A pop.
Well, I'm glad I
Miscellaneous.
survived with more HP than I thought I would. I ended up with 31.
I have 15.
The HP damage is the least of the problems normally.
Oh, come here, Aquilo.
That is true.
I can also heal people before we leave.
There
The
you
way-
go, Aquilo. Have 25 health.
The way the HP damage normally kills you is because you accepted too many negative levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which we were very close to.
I can tell you now, Dark,
Hmm?
that hit point damage from the various rubble and debris, that had a chance of just killing Aquila.
Yeah, I knew. I did the calculation in my head.
Wait, you mean getting you to your negative con?
Yeah,
Whew.
just
I
Dark
guess
rolled
that
like
is
shit.
true.
It's
Well,
just the problem.
do not worry if
Well,
you
he
did,
rolled barely below average, like 2 below average.
If you did die there, I still have that scroll of Breath of Life. I really didn't want to use it on something stupid like this.
That is actually true. He could have saved you from that.
Oh,
If I got close enough,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you would have made it in a round. If you saw Aquilo collapse like that,
Debatable for smoke. Yes,
literally crumble.
the staff is alive.
kind of melt.
I can deal with that.
I think I'm gonna just prepare one of my own extracts of Cure Light Wounds to top myself off.
I have like stuff left. I should be able to get you up with 2 Cure Light Wounds.
Oh, it was that second one for me.
One which isn't Thalaias is for you, yes. And this one in case you need it.
Which I kind of don't.
We'll take
I'm
it anyway.
fine.
I've used the spell.
Okay.
May as well get you up to full health.
How's Elric's health looking?
Alright. He's already healed by Marilana.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, making sure that he's fully healed. That's good.
He's not fully healed, but once he has his rest, he'll be fully healed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
We
fine.
good. We have survived. We have a staff. Technically, we didn't say to return it intact.
Yep.
They didn't.
No.
If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go sit outside, cast Obscuring Mist with some tea, and conclude my contract.
Actually, I'm gonna.
I'll come with you.
Yes, take Shunda just in case.
I'm pretty sure if we get
It's like even
There's a
if you
reason-
don't want
there's
to
a
give me the
reason we
tea and
had him
stuff, I'm
sit out the
following you.
Yeah, there's a reason we had him sit out the ritual.
Get her in. Carry me. Wait, no. Big fuzzy lion. Never mind. Fuzzy lion.
Are you doing that on the day or
Shunda,
after?
carry Aquilo for me.
You want him to be part of this as well? Alright.
I can't stop him. I physically can't stop him, and you know that.
Alright. Shunda literally just picks up Aquilo and slings him over his shoulder like you would a sack.
I must say, this only feels slightly worse than getting your life force drained by a vampire.
Oh, hey Michael. How you doing?
Not that vampire.
Yeah, I will say,
Quillow's
Shunda.
been slung over his bag, and I'm assuming Michael's just hanging on Shunda.
I will say, before we go out to meet the caretaker, Shunda will be dropping Michael off in like wherever they've been staying and telling him to, don't follow, be good.
I imagine it'll be the day after, because I don't think any of us have Obscuring Mist prepared.
I do.
He does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is why I specifically asked Sarai about that. Because I had it prepared today.
And though he might not be ready to talk whenever he's getting settled into his herald right now.
Trying anyway.
Dear crap.
So Ayo's coming as well. So literally the only person who isn't coming is Thalaias.
Yeah, no. I have other things to worry about. You are the one who made the deal with the caretaker. You can deal with him. I have a staff that I've been worried about. Along with an Elric. Because I'm fairly certain he's not coming.
I was there for the contract. so it's only fair, I think.
Elric has essentially entered his room, and
Oh, good. I'm going to check him over to see if this has advanced his disease or anything by any amount.
no.
That's surprise. His body is.
The one he did not release all of his power. He could have.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, he didn't release all of it. Okay, he just.
Well, to release all of it, he would need to. He would also need to have, the gate likes its checks and balances. Something must be given in return.
Yeah, which.
He didn't have anything to give. I mean, he could have given something very personal, but.
Yeah, I'd rather him not. Much better that he doesn't.
Oh, time to go contact the caretaker.
Yep.
You summon the mist around you in hopes that you can get in contact with the caretaker.
Yeah, usual thing. Set up a little table with some tea. This time apparently preparing enough for 5.
4?
Hit me.
Thalaias isn't coming, so isn't it only 4?
Eh.
The caretaker likes tea too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true.
There is a moment after the mist is created, before the mist suddenly just darkens, midnight black.
At this point, Aquilo says, "Wait, aren't we normally hit with a trial as soon as we end this? Now, why am I here again? Oh, god damn it!
I don't know.
Wow. You've done so well of yourselves. I'm almost impressed.
Thanks, I guess.
Feels so good to have my power back.
I'm sure it does.
Our heralds, after all, are not just an extension of our powers. They also make us stronger. By a lot.
Shunda's just like constantly got a low growl going, and he says something along the lines of, "Look, we fulfilled our end of the bargain, now you do yours."
Ah, Kitty has claws, does he? Well, I'll be accepting that tea first. And exiting from the blackened mist is not the same old man in a straw hat you're used to seeing.
But I'm sure the demon, isn't it?
It is not the demon who exits either.
Hmm.
You're not entirely sure what this being is.
Well, I poured them some tea and handed them a cup anyway.
As the figure is certainly younger than you are used to. So not the same it's not the same old caretaker we used to seeing before, but instead a more finely dressed gentleman exits out of the shadows.
Nice get up.
Ayo wants to make a big mistake.
Mr. Fancy Pants.
He's going to cast True Seeing.
No. Just no.
No, it's
Ayo-
not the worst idea, honestly.
Ayo casts True Seeing, and instead you just see a giant ball of energy.
Huh. Okay.
Well, that went better than last time.
Look, last time was
The
exceptional.
last guy.
You said you've got this giant globular orb of energy. That's what the spirits are.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is it bigger than Ao's head?
Yes.
Shame.
It's also bigger than a red box.
This is in fact bigger. The ball of energy he witnesses is, you know,
About the size of the moon.
no,
Size of the moon.
no. It's about the size of a huge Gedran.
jeez. Yeah, I was just gonna say, spirits are weird, and Kev just like rub his temples.
Small trails, kind of like tentacles, kind of like chains. They're a bit odd, kind of spewing out from this giant wall of power everywhere. For your odd users, at least. The rest of the course just see the man approach and we'll take a cup of tea.
This is gonna be weird watching a giant ball talk, but okay.
Your fault, you cast your sight.
It's no weirder than seeing a giant ball drink some tea.
That's true.
You did, in fact, fulfill your contract. I'm actually surprised. I was doubting you.
Well, we tend to get things done. I don't know if you've noticed.
At the last minute.
Hey! That was not my fault, but we got it done regardless.
Wait, what are you talking about? We had to wait until this day to do it anyway.
You took your time getting here.
Yeah, we had until today. Let's go good.
You know, things worked out. I'm grateful. You got what you wanted, now just help us with what we need.
Help you with what you need. That's a silly way of putting it.
Well, I asked for two things in return for this. Calm down with your oppression on the Lady of Light. Stop the outright hostilities for long enough to complete the second part of our deal. Help us fight back the Drell. That was the terms of our agreement.
That was the terms of our agreement. You're correct.
So,
And yes, that's a good image, Bigby, of just what I always see.
Just wondering how it's digesting the tea, but okay.
Probably
So-
the same way that the spirit was drinking the wine.
It's weird.
Hmm,
He
yeah,
just
well,
laughed.
back on
He just chuckled a little bit to himself. So fascinating, your requests.
Look, this is our world, collectively yours and mine. I don't think either of us wants to see it be devoured by them.
No, which makes this even more entertaining that you're asking me.
Yes, well, still, I'm sure you're very much surprised that I didn't actually ask for very much in return for all that I've done for you. I knew full well that you wouldn't just simply take their attacks sitting down if you were able to do anything. But
I particularly like taking seats. They're normally comfy.
Technically, all we're asking you to do is take an extended vacation from fighting, Lady of Light, and just have a side job of fighting the Drell.
I like the idea of a vacation. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
It's a vacation.
well, I know some very lovely beaches if you want to visit them.
There's also this ruined pirate ship out in the middle of nowhere that's really nice.
I have a different vacation spot I particularly love.
Hmm.
It's called the Moon.
It's a good place. It's very glowy.
What is the moon like?
Perhaps I will show you one day.
That would be lovely.
Just a pity you come back
Is
from
it really
sometimes.
cheese?
It is not.
And now you're a grass cat.
God damn it!
Get everyone saying, I told you so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now, however, I have some restructuring to do.
It doesn't sound
Hmm.
inherently ominous at all.
What kind of restructuring?
That was the point. Ayo.
To be fair, the thing I do to Gedran every so often can be described as restructuring. So I'm assuming that's the same thing he's doing.
Not quite. I'm not restructuring my herald. It's fine.
It's
What
something
are you
along
up
those
to?
lines, then. Good for you. Have fun.
Also, try not to stay up too late. We're going to have quite the bitter night tonight. I've already arranged the storm. Goodbye. As he walks off into the black fog.
Alias just sighs and goes,
I do like that guy.
He's become far more confident now he has all of his power back.
mm-hmm.
And it's his day of the year.
Well, I do not want to be caught in the cold / rain / snow. I guess.
I might go sit in the rain for a bit.
Well, I imagine it'll be snow.
Yeah, I like snow too. Snow's nice.
Fair enough. Then. Let's go crab walk back inside.
Yeah, if we're done with that now, Shunda just turns and walks away. But basically, he'll flag down the nearest person he sees that lives here and ask them if they have somewhere that their military people train. And can he be directed there? Because he has some frustration to work out.
Yeah, that can be done.
He heads there
Yeah,
and destroys several dummies. Literally turns them to dust. And says he'll replace them later.
Yeah, Runalar will just kind of go around giving people a sudden storm warning.
Aquilo will go off to the
no!
outer walls.
I noticed that you did this straight afterwards. It's like 1 a.m. now.
Yeah.
There aren't that many people around to give a storm warning to. It's 1 a.m.
Aquilo will go up
Well,
to
then
the
I post
outside
flyers.
walls.
Wait, the storm's happening in like 2 minutes, to give you context. There's no point.
Well, tell the guards. They're the only ones who are going to be
Okay, then
bothered.
yeah, I'll just tell guards about it then.
The point is, like, you can't really give forewarnings. Like, that's basically going to happen before you get back, essentially.
Okay.
Aquilo was just going to go up to the walls, sit out there for a bit in the rain. That's nice.
You will be hit with some minor winds. Okay, I say minor winds. It's considered a windstorm, anywhere between 51 and 74 miles per hour.
Okay, he'll sit behind a wall and enjoy the rain.
Range attacks are impossible. Siege engines take a -4 to hit. And it's really hard to move if you're medium size or smaller. There is also
I have
snow.
been in 60-mile winds.
There is also heavy snow and thunder. It's a minor bit of a blizzard. As tonight is a special night.
Ah, great. Caretaker's reveling.
I mean, it's his
I
one
would
night.
be too.
It's his one night of power. He's expending it all.
I guess that's true.
Quickly, we should slay him while he's weak.
No, that would be in the summer solstice.
He's using all his power in a storm, though.
But then again, that would also be the time where he conserves his power the most in case someone does something.
Yes, but the problem is right now he's regenerating power quicker than he can deplete it.
Good damn it.
Yeah. So this is still a bad idea. Best time would probably be the fall equinox.
I didn't mean-
He wouldn't expect something there.
Yeah, the autumn equinox is funny enough actually the time when both the Leyline and the Caretaker are kind of at their equal weakest. Because all the other spirits are kind of taking up spirit density, essentially.
Yeah, the others are taking everything from them.
Because all the other spirits are getting powerful on those dates. However, the group can rest up or smash, whatever their define of rest is.
Gitty smash.
I'm telling you, Shunda is now going to be tired in the morning because, fun fact,
I know.
this does not count as peaceful activity for the purposes of Keep Watch.
I know. Though others can have keep watch if they want to, like, I don't know, fucking research what just happened or something. Shunda doesn't care. He's smashing.
At one point, Shunda will hear the voice of Michael quick calling over to him. Watch out!
Okay, turns and ducks.
As suddenly, it seems like Michael might have joined you and punched the dummy too hard, and it basically flew past you. You know, he has a remarkably high strength score.
Yeah, this only
Don't
like
say.
eggs Shunda on to just destroy more. He's just letting everything out tonight.
As the cat and the vampire destroy one training room.
Yep, I'll replace all of their shit
The
like
bill
tomorrow.
The bill will be sent to your princess now.
Yep. That's fine, I can afford it, and I could, if we were spending a few days, so I could probably rebuild most of it myself.
Well, this is a real question. Kind of the next day, as the group kind of assembles at their war council, what does the group do?
Well, firstly, in the morning, I'm going to
Hand out more extracts.
we'll hand out a single extract. Well, unless Soraya hasn't got a restoration hit yet.
Well, Soraya is being treated. As you will discover, so while Soraya doesn't know Greater Restoration, they have a scroll of it.
Ah, oh my. Well then.
Give the scroll to
Are
Elric
they
and have him cast it.
Yeah, are they Are they able to use it at this moment, or?
Yes,
Okay, good.
Soraya can use the scroll without issue because she has enough cast level to pull it off.
You know, she just performed the
Technically,
ritual.
she doesn't. Right?
So.
Technically, she doesn't. Not right. No, I think she won't pull it off though between them.
Oh, I would have sent Elric to do it because by now his
Yeah,
power is
you
sort
have-
of regenerated.
Yeah, here, have Elric do it.
Elric
basically
doesn't have enough UMD to necessarily pull off a divine scroll of that level that easily.
But
Yeah,
he's
right.
but he
He
does
he
have.
can only be as arcane, can't he?
Yeah, Arcane he's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
He's just divine. He's not as useful.
Oh,
I can do
okay.
that. I can
Quick,
kind of do
send
that.
Ayo.
The point the point so can they. So
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Deploy the
All
Marquis
right
of
then.
Love.
Well, I will. In that case, I will give Pico a lesser restoration. Make sure that. Yep. Okay. Can use the blood money scroll.
But kind of the next morning, you'll kind of wake up. You'll kind of assemble, and you'll kind of be in your lovely. You'll kind of be in your lovely kind of meeting room, having breakfast brought to you.
No, screw that. I'm casting Bountiful Banquet.
Sure. Okay. There's a bountiful banquet in the meeting room, as you have a large window looking over the main area. As something catches some of your attentions.
Mm-hmm.
In the main
Oh,
area.
dear.
There's a lot of
I
people.
see.
There's a lot of people out in the main area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Shunda's not paying attention to them. He's
I'm
just
gonna go see
eating.
what's outside. What's going down in Crater Town?
Yep.
As said, you can see out the window quite easily. Soraya seemingly standing up on the main balcony.
Aquilo will
giving
appear
us-
somewhere in the middle of the crowd and sort of drape his arm around someone saying, "What's going on?"
Aquila already knows what's going on. Soraya's become the Marquis of Radiance and speech.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll sit out there, drape his arm around some random person,
Sure.
and sort of lean back.
The speech will be completed by Soraya is going to it's the Marquis of Radiance.
She will become grossly incandescent.
No, Soraya points upwards at the sky. As the sun becomes grossly incandescent. At least look from your perspective.
And we're all fried to death.
As essentially this huge ball of light is seen shining over the entire area. If anyone didn't know that this place was a base of someone powerful, now they know.
Hey.
The sun has literally come closer to the earth just to grace Soraya.
That's what it looks like. It didn't actually happen.
It's like a reverse
I hope
Icarus,
not.
except he still melts at the end.
Oh god.
Lovely.
It just happens to be a very, very powerful light evocation. Did you know?
Yeah.
Didn't think you could maximize light.
You'll need more than maximizing.
Yeah.
Let's talk about first like heightening it to like a level 7 spell burst.
Hmm.
The
I'm
group.
pretty sure that's sunlight.
I mean, no, that's daylight's the spell, not sunlight, technically.
Right.
But eventually, you will be met in your meeting room by Soraya and Shiga, who will both show up. While you're towards the end of your huge banquet.
Shunda's eaten most of it.
Yeah, I just kind of
There's
like,
a reason. There's a reason.
present a couple.
It's a reason it's a bountiful banquet.
Yes.
Some of you may still be left hungry after Shunda's finished.
Sure, this portion was mostly sweet berries.
Oh god.
And yet, he looks very tired but really satisfied.
Aquilo's eating a bit, but he's not eating any more than he normally would.
Elric looked like he was in an eating contest with Shunda.
Oh god. You probably lost.
No, Elric can put away a surprising amount.
Because he burns it all into magic.
That's true.
Yeah. I looked at one point, I was buying his meals, and like Shunda and Michael were eating like 3 golds worth apiece, and Elric was eating 5 golds worth
Jesus
by
Christ.
himself.
That was silver, Shunda, not gold.
Yeah,
Okay.
silver. Well, same difference, same ratios.
Yeah, Elric can eat a surprising amount of food if you just let him.
Oh yeah, no, I'm letting him just eat to his heart's content right now.
It was just gonna kind of when Vikram's gonna be say, I don't know, pay respects to Soraya or something. I don't know. What do we usually do in the presence of a marquis?
Busy eating.
As soon as you say that, I just say, sit, eat, come, be merry.
Okay. I don't do marry that well, but I can eat.
Busy eating. Too busy to eat, I'm eating.
Okay.
And Soraya will politely take a seat and, though not eating too much, just kind of letting all of you just eat. It is your breakfast after all.
Mm-hmm.
Shunda slides a plate over to Soraya. It's mounded with food.
Isn't this to be eat? You seem to already be eating kind of gestures.
So join us. Eat.
I've eaten. I was not off speaking to spirits all night. Makes it easy.
Wasn't all night. It was just about an hour or so.
Well, I heard destruction from my training room all night.
Yeah, that was me and Michael. I'll fix it later.
Oh, I have more. So,
So, how's it feel to be Radiance?
I have a headache.
Feels about right.
That is one answer to it. And I can also feel the power. And I can hear the voices of many of the Radiances beforehand.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Guidance from Radiance is past. Interesting.
It is confusing.
Are we saying anything interesting?
Many of them are freaking out about the Drow and Drask.
Oh, yeah. It's a fair thing to be freaking out about.
So, well, now I suppose it's the question of, are you planning to just stay around here for the next however long I take to leave, or are you planning to do something?
Well, we kind of have an invasion to stop in its tracks, don't we?
I mean, yes.
We also need to go say hi to Life.
And yes, the staff is also an issue. However, I imagine we want to repair that first if we can.
That would be difficult.
Like I said, if we can.
It'd be very difficult.
At least make it look nice. Bandage it, so it doesn't look like it's just sparking everywhere.
The sparking has stopped, mostly.
Oh, that's good.
We've done difficult before. Difficult isn't impossible.
Are any of you proficient with the creation from scratch of magical objects?
Looks towards Ayo and Thalaias. They've sort of modified magical objects before.
This is not the same.
I can only make scrolls, and usually when I repair magical items, it's for spells. I do not have the capability to create items, I'm afraid.
Then you may have a hard time fixing it.
Your Bardy Artifice coming by anytime soon?
Alias just kind of stops eating for a moment.
You might want to hope not.
Puts more food in front of Helios.
What about the staff is specifically broken? Is it like capabilities or just the staff itself?
The physical object of the staff is damaged.
Okay, but that isn't impeding upon its abilities, is it?
Not much.
Then it should be fine?
But yes, you would rather hope Artifice does not show up here right now. Apparently, he realized that one of his most powerful creations suddenly detonated. And then contacted my two boys about it. So currently the news he has about it is from them, and I don't know if you've noticed they are slightly biased.
Yeah. I can't see we've made that any better for ourselves, it seems. Looks like
I tried to be friends. What? I tried to be friends. I actually
Quillo.
feel bad for that. What?
Alias just sighs and says, "I just wish they'd stop blaming the entire group for my mistake."
Look.
It's not so much that they're blaming the group, I'm afraid. What appeared in the mirror when you broke it?
The giant spider web.
Mm-hmm. I feel it is more a case of fear than hatred.
Yeah,
that's
what
the
I've
feeling
gotten
I
to.
get as well. And of course, we are only associated with them as enemies.
The issue
That's
is then
problem.
the issue is they're now convinced that you're lying about that.
Wait, what?
Well, there's a simple solution to that. Get someone with one of those funky lanterns to ask us about it.
They don't particularly trust them to begin with.
So they think.
Think I'm with what? I work for myself, thank you. I don't work for anyone else except Void. But that's
You
it.
work for us.
I can try
No, I'm in
talking.
prison with you.
You don't even
Thing
really
difference.
work for Void. You more of just do him favors once in a while and hang out.
Yes.
I command you to dance. Something hearing ahead.
Really? You listen to every... Oh, God damn it.
I will at some point maybe try talking to them. I might have something I can use to convince them, but better not. But it's probably just best to leave them to heal. But you know them best, Soraya. I imagine.
It is not going to be easy. They very rarely get upset to this degree. They are now afraid, though, that you have been secretly trying to spread corruption everywhere.
Not unless I
Yeah.
checked.
Just in meta, probably best if Shunda doesn't talk to them.
Yeah.
Shunda, don't talk to them.
Although Halis will say that they're afraid I'm spreading corruption.
I am
I will
visibly offended.
literally let you incinerate my body with your power of radiance to destroy any corruption as well as my physical form, which I'm not particularly bothered about anyway, just to prove that I am not corrupt, and if I were, it would be thoroughly destroyed.
I could try
One
my
does
armor.
not have to be corrupt to want to spread it.
That's true.
Why, in all of just reality itself, would I want to do that?
You don't, but you know how strong of an imagination they can have.
Vera kids.
He's just kind of face palms goes, yeah, I know. It's unfortunately going to be up to you to convince them that we're not evil.
It's not going to be too easy. They are strong-willed.
It's a
Look,
blessing and a curse, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. I like my chaos. Chaos is great. It's all good. It's just that flavor of chaos is not my kind.
It's not even chaos, it's just consumption.
Okay.
As Shunda is eating glorious amounts of food with Elric. Consumption, right?
You're saying what Thalaias is saying?
That's actually would work technically.
This is the question. Do you want to do this, Thalaias, or are you just doing this to solve the issue? Because keep in mind, this does make you kind of at the whims of Soraya.
Well, that's not the point either. It's because
Okay, fair enough.
Thalaias, you tend to be
Well,
the face of our group.
there's also the fact of the matter that do you embody the ideals of Radiance? I very much embody the ideals of Void. You know me. I like going around, seeing the world, exploring things. I hide from
And blowing
things.
it all up.
To be fair, I think
I just kind of like hold up a hand to Shunda in a position to just snap my fingers and say, "Shut your mouth before you start eating fire."
It wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, Thalaias has a point. That is technically guidance.
it is. He does actually he does share information and guide people in the ways of knowledge and stuff. So it does sort of fit him, kind of. Also, I learned how to do this. Yeah. Teleports a piece of candy into Kyras' mouth.
It misses, though.
Damn it!
It just melds into his cheek.
Willow fingertips fizzle a bit and spark and goes, God damn it! Ow, it's still painful. Ow.
Yeah, Shunda picks up some candy and throws it at Aquilo, trying to get it in his mouth.
You two, not in front of Radiance, please.
Don't just do it the old-fashioned way,
Alias
throw.
just kind of face palms and goes, I am surrounded by children.
Well, yeah, but
Well,
that's mostly your
it's
fault.
kind of your fault.
I know. I know. It's just...
Though I must say, Thalaias, I would take you more for someone who would match with Magic's ideologies.
Do you often analyze people to see what they match with?
Honestly, Thalias, I personally feel you better embody magic than Radiance. However, it is your decision. But as a guide myself, I can see you doing better with magic than with Radiance.
As a note, I have also made a surprising number of enemies in a short time.
It hasn't.
Yeah, that's true.
But you will by extension inherit my enemies.
I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna say anything on this, and I recommend none of you say anything on this, as this is Thalias' decision. We can do that. That's fine. And hey, if it comes along, I think don't you know how to sort of nullify a contract? Don't you, Kyras?
Yes, I can, in fact, free someone from their contract.
All right, noted. So if it ever comes to that, we can do that.
Imagine that makes Soraya happy. You know, makes right in front of her marquee.
Yeah, it's what we do. We have to make sure we have the safety of the universe and sort of mind.
Yes, it's what we do. We break things.
I guess that is true.
No, we break the world-bending breaking thing. It's our job to break the thing that's breaking everything.
That stuffing. Anyway.
Yeah, still breaking things.
I just want to stop breaking things.
No, keep breaking things.
Sit in your hands.
You need to learn to guide your breaking.
Yes.
Instead of just
I
breaking
am
everything.
about to set you on fire, Cat. Would you stop that?
That isn't helping your cause. But if you wish to defeat Valarius, then that is your, well, you. Scriptive, I know.
Alright.
What about you?
And then I guess you would have to ask Soraya.
Yeah. Soraya, are you up to actually forging a contract? I mean, you're looking, no offense, pretty drained. I imagine most of us are.
I was not the word I thought you were going to say, Ayo.
Shush, Aquilo.
So, what's Kyras' AC and shit?
You hit.
Yay! So yeah, the rest of you just see Shunda pick up a grape and bounce it off Kyras' head.
I was
It's sort of-
I just kind of twitches.
He sits there and sticks his tongue out. I'm just waiting for the fire.
I
Anyway.
cast Fairy Fire on Shunda.
Let's see, fairy fire.
This makes
It makes me sparkle.
There's no
Oh,
attack
right.
roll.
Technically, DC 16 was it will save, I believe, if you want to resist it.
Sure, I'll resist
Actually-
it.
Soraya, what are you doing about, agents, I suppose?
Yeah.
I don't suppose you have an agenda in terms of that.
Yeah, I resist.
I have not given it too much thought yet. It's going to take some time for me to reach that point now, but I do have many individuals, and of course I have one follower right now.
That's true.
How long ago was the last Marquis of Radiance? 'Cause it's still technically possible that she still has other agents around.
We are the last two.
Fair enough.
That is a good question. Are we just immediately going to go off and see life?
Well, there's still a corrupt individual in Willowbrook we need to take care of.
Well, Do we? Or would it be
Yes,
better?
we kind of do.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Radiance would, or, Radiance is over Radiance scholars
Considering
want to do that
sometime
better than us.
considering sometime within the next 2 months or so, they are going to tear a hole open into our world. Yeah.
I'm aware, but I'm just saying there's better people suited for us, and we don't have to take on upon every little issue that comes in front of us.
It is true that I am located right here, and I may be able to do something about this now.
I mean, there's not much we can do just waltzing up to the church and looking around. We don't really have too much of a way of detecting corruption.
Some
It
of us
isn't
can't
the- it
even
isn't
walk
the
up to a
church.
church.
It isn't
Actually-
the church.
Well, okay, but it's related somewhat to that. I mean,
No, it
everything
really
in Willowbrook
probably
seems to be.
isn't. No, what it is, if it were the church or its clergy, Elizabeth would have found them and probably quite thoroughly destroyed them.
As is her God-given right.
Everyone could be evaded.
It
Though.
really actually kind of is.
I know, I'm not being sarcastic here.
As Inquisitor is
I'm
literally
just used to you
right.
being sarcastic. I'm just used to you being sarcastic about everything, especially
Yeah.
religion. But
Yeah, I know.
still.
Actually, Thalaias, if you did take up this contract, would you be able to see this kind of like leaking of corruption and stuff like that? I guess you could take that as your sort of bond, or I think it's called. What is it called again? What is this thing called? Aquilo says as his voidy powers wave in his hand.
There is more than one name you can give for it.
Contract? That?
The word that's been given to me is aspect.
That is a word. I would need to give some thought to this before it would happen.
Alright, well then we'll be staying until at least we come to a decision here.
Yep.
Oh, wow. It doesn't have... Wow, Fairy Fire doesn't have a saving throw. Wow,
No, it
this
doesn't.
is a lot
Nope.
more useful than I thought it was.
No,
Yeah, it's
it
never-
has spell resistance, but no saving.
It's never had a saving throw in any edition, ever.
I've always thought it required a will save.
Nope.
No, you're literally just flinging colours at them.
Taste the rainbow!
Oh god!
Sitting there with his tongue sticking out. I taste it!
But yes,
Actually,
Soraya.
I think Aquilo is the only person who can actually taste my rainbows.
Good damn it.
Actually, yeah.
No, I
so
do have
like-
I do have blazing rainbow prepared.
I know
Listen,
Aquilo,
Like-
eat
like
this.
Kyras,
Pew.
Kyras, you should not be making your sons taste your rainbow.
Good damn it.
Oh my god, I just thought of...
No. Let's not go there. But, Soraya, is there anything you might perhaps want us to do for you? I mean, we kind of have just been...
Reloading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a... That's a good point. Then again, you have helped me with this. So I feel it's fair.
True, I guess.
I guess this is kind of a thing that we have done. We've sort of walked into your house, beat the shit out of two of your friends, and then just sort of been freeloading for the rest of the time. Wow, we're kind of assholes, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
You can you see why my boys are slightly upset?
Yeah, it makes sense.
You know, oddly enough, we've only been this way since you joined Aquilo.
Wow.
It's true.
I really am a bad influence.
Told you so.
The next time we'll come, we'll at least wipe our feet on the doormat. But yeah. Well, what does everyone want to do? I mean, of
Well,
course,
I
there's
wanna
waiting
give-
until this happens, but yeah.
I want to give Thalaias the time he needs to make a decision as well as Soraya, and then we can leave. And then, well, either depending on the situation, we can either go
I would
figure out
like-
what's going on in Willowbrook or go to life.
I would like to go to Willowbrook. We have a staff to return and an individual to hunt down.
It's fair enough.
We have a staff.
But first,
can
we
at
should.
least-
But let Soraya and Thalaias talk this over.
We can at least spend a short time in Willowbrook, pass through or whatever, but I would rather like to get to life soon as.
Yes,
Yeah,
as
fair enough.
soon as we root out that corruption in Willowbrook, we are going straight to life, Shunda. Don't you worry.
As long as that doesn't take too long.
As said, you could perhaps go and I could try to deal with it. No.
Or Shunda, if you really want to, you can just go to life with Michael.
And Elric, remember, he's part of the deal.
Right. Which means I'd have to go.
Yep.
I have a bonsai tree to make.
As said, you can go. I can likely deal with this.
Likely. The keyword there is likely.
There are two ways to handle this, though. We can either handle this with the power of Radiance itself, and let's all be honest here, that will not go over well with the residents of Willowbrook.
Nothing is going to go over well with the residents of Willowbrook.
Or we can just simply walk in, kill one or two people that desperately need to die, and leave.
You know, you make it sound so easy.
We do have to still find the person first, which is the major issue.
And get out after committing a couple acts of murder.
That too.
It's not that hard.
I mean, yeah. We have an easy way out.
We could do it, but it won't make any friends there.
Probably not.
Shunda, we just sided with their enemy. I don't think we have many friends there.
They don't know that. All they know is we'll be coming back into town with our staff.
They'll know you did not fulfill their end of it, of sending in the people so they could capture the place.
Unfortunately, we were unable to do that. As you can see, we ran into some circumstances that prevented us from meeting Soraya in face-to-face combat.
However, we did manage to recover the staff, which was the primary goal.
You could still face me in face-to-face combat now.
As we've ran into
However,
situations that prevent that. Aquilo says sarcastically. I am unable to fulfill that part of the bargain, though I can return them their staff. Situations arose. Besides, it's better to fill one part of the contract than zero.
I mean, technically, capturing it was kind of a bonus part.
It was, actually.
Yes, but they were planning to claim this place.
Well, they can be disappointed. I'm sure it won't be the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as much as I would have liked to be better friends with Miss Bartholomew's, I unfortunately have a greater purpose to deal with than...
Yeah,
Still be friends.
But there's a difference between not being friends and being enemies. If we start murdering people in her town, we will be enemies regardless of what we have or haven't done here.
It's not that hard to get away with a murder.
It is kind of with you. You kind of bring a lot of attention.
Not when I don't want to.
Weren't you the person who got captured within Willowbrook?
That was kind of that was partially my ambition.
Mm-hmm.
Children. Suddenly? Sorry,
Sorry, I just what?
Sorry, it stops mid-sentence, just moving.
What's wrong? Are you
You're
okay?
right.
Bill starts waving his hand in front of her face.
Shiga as well, who was just eating, has just stopped.
I'm guessing Radiant stuff.
Shinda's literally stood up and is waving his fat hand in front of her face. Are you okay?
We
Hello?
should-
Down, they're having a moment.
You just wave your hand in front.
Mm-hmm.
Shunda, they're having a moment.
Actually, to be precise, yeah, it's interesting. They're just not moving anymore. But no more
Yeah.
than that. Pico's also frozen.
Licks his fingers a couple of times.
Pico?
Pico.
Pico.
Pico's not moving. Michael's not moving.
Michael? Okay, I've forgotten about the other three already. I am...
Detect
like,
magic.
Indeed.
We
Wait,
are having a situation. I think we've been,
is Carrick still moving?
I'm sure you all
Carrick is
remember
not
the
moving.
last time time froze for us.
No,
Yeah.
not much.
Remind me. Like, out of character, remind me. I am forgetful.
Same. Pretty sure this isn't a good thing. I can tell you that much.
You want to remind them?
Wasn't the last time like when the caretaker spoke to us, or
It was a greater spirit of sorts, if I remember correctly.
oh, we're going to be speaking with Valeria, aren't we?
I'm hoping.
The last time we did that, we threw a rock through a window, I think. I
Yes, you
don't
did.
remember time freezing.
Well, no, technically we
We like
sent
kind of
messages.
we went into
through, but
dream.
Yes.
We went into dream world. Time didn't really freeze. So
I do not
True.
remember.
I
Yes.
remember.
Actually,
It
even for that
seems
matter,
hilarious.
even Elric isn't moving.
It
Yeah,
is
this is
only
not
us
happening
that,
before yet.
that were in the dream.
Is that true? See?
And there is magic in the air.
Okay. Can I Arcana? Oh crap. Actually, that's a bad idea. I'm not gonna Arcana. 'Cause
Actually,
I'm
now you're looking around. Yeah, color's kind of drained from some things. The candle's not moving. Candle fire is like stuck halfway in its movement.
Oh wait, can I
Is there a
poke the
window
fire?
around here?
Yo, Gregory, you moving? Aquilo looks up at his
Yeah,
spirit.
there's a window. There is that large window looking over the plaza.
I looked through
Has it gone dark?
No, everything's just kind of grayscaled.
Hmm.
Aquilo looks to a spirit that he was hanging out with during the meal.
The spirit is frozen halfway through, making a spirit shape of an elephant.
I
don't
believe
know.
someone wishes to speak with us privately.
I will just say out loud. Hello? Is
Correct.
anyone there? Oh, hello.
Greetings.
Who is this? No phone?
Greetings. Valeria, if I'm correct.
No.
Who is this?
As just kind of walking through the door. The figure.
Is it?
I don't think time actually ever stopped before, but we've been. But like,
No, you had moments where it seemed like it, but it hasn't.
So,
oh no, actually, now that I think about it,
Is it just like a silhouette? Or
yes.
is it a detailed person?
No, the person is in detail as much as.
good evening. You want to join us in our meal?
It's morning, Aquilo.
Is it? Wow, I've really lost track of time. Good lord, this is taking more of a toll on me than I thought.
Yeah, this is kind of breakfast.
Question: what do they look like? Do they, like, are they male? Are they female? Do they have?
Well,
what kind of
this is-
motifs are on them?
Well, I'm going to show you something.
Hmm.
It's important. I'm going to have to probably shrink this down. 'Cause it's probably going to be larger than it should be.
Oh.
Oh crap.
Wait.
I don't know who that is.
It's not a
Do I
good person.
recognize the voice, Dark?
No,
Wait, is this a drow?
With my eidetic memory.
you don't recognize the voice.
Do I recognize him? Okay.
Who are you?
Irrelevant.
Please introduce yourself.
It doesn't matter.
It is never irrelevant.
Actually, it might be.
No, it is never irrelevant.
Well, then what do you represent?
The end.
Please stop being so vague. We have dealt with this much too often.
No, please continue. Let's see what your motif is. Let's see what your shtick does. See if it amuses me. Carry on.
No time.
Well, it seems you're frozen time, so it seems we do have time.
Well, we have time. Nothing else seems to.
Hey.
But
The creature,
still,
the creature does not even slightly smile.
As much
Either way,
as
why are
so
you here?
please elaborate on this.
yeah, as much as we love vague, strange people,
Time up.
Time for what is up? What have we run out of time for?
Please,
end.
if you're sending a message,
What is the end?
The end of what?
Oh,
and if you are sending a message, then please just be more detailed. If you want to tell us about something, then tell us, plain and straight. Do you mean that it is this time, that the time is up and it is time for the cycle to happen, or something?
soon.
Looking at the person, does he, she, whatever, or their clothing have any sort of like emblems, religious symbols, blah de blah on?
1 second, I can show you what they look like.
are they wearing clothes?
They are.
They clearly have some sort of hood. Below the neckline, they may not be.
Like, we don't know where the strange people's like fashion sense comes from. They could be wearing like 15 belts for all we know. I hope they're not wearing 15
Like-
belts.
All I can think of is Lulu from Final Fantasy IX.
Hmm.
Okay, well, it's very garby,
Alright, well,
So
would you like a knowledge check, Dark?
if applicable.
You can suggest a knowledge check to roll.
Sure. Obviously, this person is fairly religious, so I'm going to be doing a religious knowledge religion, probably.
Why do you think they're religious?
Try planes.
Because people like this, I can
I
try
was
multiple
thinking
ones,
planes
so-
or arcana.
I don't think Arcana would help. Arcana doesn't identify like famous mages or anything. That would be like
No,
history.
but
or...
it might recognize some sort of magical symbols
This-
or what have you.
This could easily
Sure.
just be like, I don't know, some kind of construct with a magic mouth, considering the fact that we only seem to be able to say like 2 words.
It very well could be, but we
If
won't
only
know.
any of us recognized them.
So you know what? I can do multiple knowledge checks. So I'm. What knowledge checks would you like?
No,
I said suggest a
religion.
knowledge check. So.
Religion and planes.
I'm asking
seem like
everyone
applicable
else.
Ones.
The planes.
Flins.
This is a planes thing. As you can
Right.
see,
So someone do religion as well.
the answer is not very plain.
I can do
guess-
both.
Hit you.
I can try religion, it's not going to be good, I can tell you that much.
Might as well. Won't do any harm.
Okay. Oh, or can
Alright,
we
then.
do multiple ones?
Well, Dark, can I do multiple ones?
Well, I think a better question right now though is what is Thalaias thinking is the most relevant thing to roll for this person.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Who does
Well,
Thalaias
his
think?
his first instinct was religion.
yeah. This person seems religious, and if my thought is correct, then they're going to be a religious person. So.
Sure.
So okay, that would be a 31.
Okay. Thalaias like scrolls through his archives. Does he recognize any of the symbols, any of the motifs? Really? No. You don't recognize any of the motifs on him religiously. None of them seem to line up with anything you recognize.
Alright,
Aquilo says, "I have a hunch," and he steps up and sort of tastes her aura or his aura. Nah.
just walks up and starts licking her robes.
Aquilo,
Yep.
You've been poisoned. Serves
No.
you right for licking random things.
no. Aquilo can't taste anything.
He flicks his Death Watch glasses at it.
It does not register as alive or dead. Or undead.
Yeah, it's
I
on
should, still
construct.
have, I should still have detect magic going.
Mm-hmm. The environment's
They're
registering
magical.
The environment's registering as magical. They're not registering as anything.
I just
Ah.
believe.
What are you?
Not,
Oh my god, my saves.
not of here.
I'm gonna try a planes,
Sim.
though my planes is notoriously bad.
What was that?
God damn it. What?
Well,
I'm going to just sit here and go, I have no idea what's happening.
Also, I'm gonna try and help that with a true scene.
oh god, why?
Look, it's a spell I need to use.
You're going to go insane one of these days because of that.
Probably.
Like, more than you already are.
Yeah.
You cast True Seeing and he looks the same.
Okay. Well, he's not, you know,
He's not illusioned.
oogie boogie.
Though, for Ayo, everything else looks different. As in, the world.
Oh, okay. Hi, world.
As the world basically seems to just disappear into starlight void for you around you.
It kind of just like kind of wobbles as it. Oh, that's weird.
Start suffocating.
Actually, yeah,
What-
that's a thing. Thalaias would probably think this is the world around us may be an illusion. Then, if
I'm gonna do
Yeah.
something quick. Chloe just reaches out to touch her.
Dear crap, I forgot that even if I do this, I'm gonna have a horrible will save comparatively.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
you Aquilo can like step up and touch them.
Mhm.
Aquilo is touching them.
So
Does,
solid thing.
Yes, it feels solid, though it's weird. It's the feeling you kind of get is there's very little feeling there.
Does R28s not reveal anything?
I squeeze her arm.
Well, very, very thin
Huh.
beneath the robes.
I'm not sure where we are or who this is, but
But they really need to stop their diet?
Sure.
yeah.
Ayo and Shunda,
Yo.
the two of you get only one idea.
Are we in this places between planes?
I mean, could this person have some link to maybe Aeons?
That's not good.
Oh, Aeons.
Yeah, I literally just outright ask it. So, like, did the Aeon send you or something? Don't they normally deal with your kind?
No.
Huh.
Alice,
Well-
the world disappears around you in the starlight void.
Oh, welcome,
So-
Kyras.
So, why did you send us to an illusory room?
Wait, this is an illusion?
Yes.
Yes, it
You're now entitled to a will save at +5.
I was just waiting for that.
Just wait like 4 more levels, and then I will.
34!
Then no one will have to worry about illusions again.
Shunda, the world shatters into starlight void.
Hey,
Does
where were
total
these
thir-
rolls
does total
earlier when
30?
I needed them?
Total 30?
Perfect. The world shatters into starlight void.
I don't know what this is.
Where are we?
Aquilo, you must also roll a will save at +5 because everyone else has given you clues that this place is not real.
All right. Well, Aquila will go. Well, it's an illusion. Well, then I should really do this. You will summon Gedran.
Actually, Dark.
Yes.
Can I make a planes check to see if I realize if this is a different plane?
I'm going to be doing the
You're
same.
floating in a void of stars.
I think
don't
actually I'm
think
going
it's
to be
the
doing
same
this-
plane.
I
Doing
think
enough to.
I think the. Well, it's a relevant question.
But I need to know if I'm escaping.
Then I think
It
it's
would
pretty
be
safe
nice
to
know
say
if we
that it's a
are on
different
another
plane.
This is so nice.
Well, I want to know what
But-
plane it is, fair.
Yeah, that's
Think-
more what I was going to say.
The thing is,
Yeah, I was going to do the same. I am doing the same.
well, Ayo thinks he knows what the group is.
Never mind, I got the exact same knowledge result as he did.
Yeah, but he
wait,
nat 20.
wait,
You cheated.
are we floating around like in a bubble in the middle of the astral sea?
Oh, guys, I think we're in Astral Sea. This was
I
strange.
concur. I concur. Why did you bring us to the astral plane?
Yeah. Did you have any other purpose to tell us that time was almost up? Because no offense, we can't do much of that.
And we sort of realized that ourselves.
You must slow it.
How? If you know.
And what?
As the individual puts out two hands before them, and a pair of spheres appear.
One white, one dark.
Yes.
Shit! Cole steps up and stands behind Gendran. He knows almost exactly what this thing is, because he could summon it if he needed to, much later
Yeah,
levels.
seeing how Aquilo's reacted, Shunda's going to stand in front of Kyras.
I just push Shunda out of my way and say, that is not necessary.
Those of you
Don't
who
care, standing anyway.
those of you who know stuff about planes
Hi.
would know. You know, the two of you who rolled those plane checks before.
Woo.
There is a kind of Aeon which is known to possess both the sphere of creation and the sphere of oblivion. Essentially, one of them is a at will. It can create a sphere of annihilation.
Yep, Aquilo
Lovely.
immediately recognizes that and goes, shit, and stumbles
Question.
behind
Would,
And the other one's a sphere of creation.
Yeah, Shunda
this,
recognizes as well. That's why he's in front of Kyras.
this entitle me for another knowledge check?
You can roll a plane check to see if you can realize the connection. Though this creature you don't think is one of these. You don't see any. It doesn't look like one. And TrueSight's not saying it's one.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, that's in total a 34.
Yeah, you know what an Aeon Pluroma is.
I was just gonna say.
Alright.
So you still don't think it is one, but it's seemingly. I mean, those are definitely spheres of creation, spheres of destruction.
Okay, well, if you're here to kill us,
So-
can we get this over with, please?
I don't think
mean,
he's
I'm
here
a very
to kill
busy
us.
man.
He is
I
here,
think
he
he's
is
more
here to
using
warn
them as
us.
a demonstration.
No, they're trying to convince us to stop the end.
But yeah, but you don't kind of
You
need to
read
pull
it.
this giant obliviation orb.
Which is why I'm asking Shunda to please get out of my way so I can see what the person is doing.
It's not blocking sight for you. He's just standing there
I
in
take
case
my
it throws the
I
sphere
take
at
my
you.
quarterstaff, and I just start trying to move you with it.
As a note, it's a 5 foot wide square. Two people can stand next to each other 5 feet. That's not an issue.
Yeah. Like I said, you can see around him.
Should have specifically stated he's standing in front of Kyras. Kyras is like, get out of my way.
Fine. I shuffle half a foot to the side so you can lean and see around him. But he can still block any attempts of...
I get bored of this and move there.
Okay, you have to just listen to
I'm
me,
so
strange
fucking
pale man.
tempted to just punch you now.
Okay, well,
Either way, yes, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Please be more specific. Are you speaking of the two planes? Are you speaking of the two worlds?
Affirmative.
So, what will cause the destruction? We need specifics on this if we're going to stop it. I know you are connected to Aeons in some manner. You are at least doing something similar to what they are, what they
Aeons
can.
Aeons have that, what's it called?
A
Mind
sphere of
reading
annihilation
ability.
and creation.
No, not that. No, mind reading ability. All of them have it.
Telepathy.
No, the other one. Vision, seeing something. They can just translate visions into your eyes or something like that. Just do that. Just do...
It is not an Aeon.
Evigigating.
Vigigated. Yeah, that's it. Bingo.
Yes.
I
But you are not an Aeon, are you?
come before.
Oh, before Aeons. Wait. Aeons were I was there. The hell
So
are
you are
you?
a precursor to Aeons, then.
No, and yes.
Place before time? I'm gonna say place before time. I'm gonna go with that. It's a good answer.
It is possible
As-
maybe
wait.
maybe
The individual puts a hand to the
place
side.
outside of time.
The individual puts a large hand to the side. And essentially a large stack, almost looks like, of just, there's cascade of just images, 2D kind of just build up. They're just flowing off to the side.
Aquilo will walk up and take one of the pieces of image.
It seems to be, well, the one you take happens to seem like Oh, that looks like the land around Archdom, but there's no Archdom there. There's like some huge towering elf city.
I see. Well, so I'm guessing you're one of the few things that persist through the cycles, aren't you?
I escaped.
Separate and connected.
Is this something
Actually,
we can do?
speaking of which, I'm going to pull out Karami and see if he's. Well,
Karami's
see if he's
frozen
in
in time.
color. Lovely. Well,
How did you escape the cycle?
yes. Are you in the gate or something similar to that?
Yes.
To be expected. All right then. Well. So, then do you know how to stop the cycle?
Yes.
Okay, well, technically, she said slow the cycle for right now. We also know how to stop the cycle, so how do you suggest that we slow
We
it?
do not know. We do not know how to stop it.
You just have to get to the gate and then blow it open and say,
No,
destroy the cycle, or something like that.
No, it is not that simple, Aquilo.
It'll be something like
It's
that.
never
when we
been.
get there.
Just let them
Never been.
speak. How do we slow the cycle?
The person being incredibly patient despite all your banter.
I don't think he
Yes.
has.
Yeah, I
Admittedly,
don't think that they need
they
to
might-
worry about it.
They may have a perception. They may have a different perception of time.
Yeah. Explains why we're
That's
speaking so
exact-
slow. We're like tiny little ant creatures which are going really fast and you're just like, whoa, slow down.
They're trying to comprehend how quickly time is moving.
Yeah. Everyone
Well.
just like really stoned.
Either way, yes. How do we slow the cycle? Is it keeping the Drell away from here, or is it keeping them away from the Arcerum?
Do you have a book?
It
Thalaias likes books.
takes more than you have suggested.
So the Drell are not the cause of the cycles.
They are merely a symptom.
Yeah, mine is.
Yeah.
The area is slowly disappearing.
Mine didn't slowly disappear.
Okay.
Like half the page disappeared at once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so did mine, but it also started continuing to slowly disappear.
At least mine's coming back.
Yeah,
mine's back
so is
now.
mine.
There we go.
So,
So then, is it something to do with Methuselah?
meth.
That freaking R that you put in there, Dark.
What?
You put an R in Methuselah, and it
Silent
makes it
R.
annoyingly difficult to pronounce.
Methuselah? It's fine.
It's Methuselah,
Just say meth.
but it's harder to say in a
Spider
quick
bit.
succession.
Is meth hard to say?
No, not meth.
Maybe if you're on meth.
Methuselah.
Anyway, is it to do with her?
Yes. What connection does she have to this?
The key.
She possesses the key to the cycle.
Does she possess the key, or is she the key?
Both.
Is she the cause?
Yeah.
To the cycle.
Why?
That's not really a yes or no.
Why did she start cycles then?
Unknown.
Shunda, can you cast haste?
So you don't know. All right, then let's get to the more concrete things. How do we slow the cycle?
Ooh.
Ooh, pretty.
Oh, there we go.
Or do you know of where we can find out where to stop the cycle?
My roll 20 will stop glitching out. 1 second, I have to reload it.
Okay.
My hotbar is like half off the screen.
Well, you did send us to a starry void, so that's good.
That's fitting. That'd be a really bad time for a fireball.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's that? You want a fireball? Swift action ready.
Like, if you do that,
Fireballs are a pretty big area anyway. It's very difficult for us not to be hit by a fireball.
you kill me and you have like no voluntary way of getting. Oh, actually, that's a lie. You're the only other person
Yeah,
has a voluntary
I
way of
can
getting
get
out of
out.
here.
Would any of you care for a severe annihilation?
No thanks.
Sure,
I mean,
why
unless
not?
you're like giving it for me to use to someone. Stick it on the end of a pole.
Yeah, unless he is offering it for us to keep.
You would rather. Well, the problem is, how do you touch a severe annihilation to store it?
Mage hand.
Yeah, exactly.
With an unbreakable sword, haha!
No, I think
Nope.
as far as game rules are actually concerned, severe annihilation beat Trump's sword.
Yeah.
Its sphere of annihilation is very, very powerful. It literally destroys everything,
It's an
including
artifact.
magic itself.
As the individual puts out their hand, and suddenly, firstly, all of you are going to change position suddenly.
Oh god.
Okay.
Nope. How do I make circles again? I forgot how to make circles.
Difficultly, apparently.
Well,
Oh. Oh no. It's the green orb.
Suddenly, all of you find yourself inside a circle.
Alright.
As also a second circle.
Are we forming a Venn diagram? Yes.
Well,
In a way.
kind of.
It is the two planes, correct?
The individual
Two worlds.
nods. The individual nods.
So we need to gain access to the other world in some way.
It
We
holds.
had access. Everyone said it was a bad idea.
It holds
Because
up.
at the time we thought it was.
It holds up a finger in a waiting motion,
Alright.
as it seems to conjure something else, which I need to see if I can get the picture of.
Wasn't there more than 2 worlds? Isn't there like 4?
Well, there's
Well,
only 2 primaries.
There is, but
no,
they're
there's
outer planes.
There's 2 material planes.
Okay. But or is it more
This
than
is-
2?
This is 2 universes. Because yeah, we have a planes and stuff, everything, but we're still in one universe technically.
Yep.
Something like that.
But this suggests a multiverse, not multiple planes of existence in a single universe.
As long as we don't have to like start doing time shenanigans.
Who knows? We might.
Technically, we are in a multiverse. This is more like 2 multiverses overlapping.
That's why I used universe as sort of as a general blanket term for that, because there is no term for a multiverse.
The omniverse.
I guess technically an omniverse, but that's incredibly vague. And
That's
comparatively,
it's a whole new can of worms.
I'm starting to think the Protheans
technically
have the right
planes
idea.
aren't. And technically, the planes of existence aren't not part of the universe. It's just that they're not in the material plane.
Starting to think the Protheans have the right idea. Just sort of ball everything up together, so it's easier to understand.
Okay, for some reason I can't find the tokens for it. Where have they gone?
Oh no! Oh,
Yeah, that's the,
Who has been stealing from my hard drive?
not me.
I'm sorry.
Jmack.
I don't touch it. Do not know.
got-
This character does not have all the bluff.
Yeah, he does.
I do
He
not
does.
play thieves.
Not enough to beat a DM.
That's true. Debatable, actually. I can lie when I need to. I just don't tend to.
Give me a moment.
I want the Sphere of Annihilation.
So while we're waiting for tokens, can Shunda contact Ezekiel or Theodora and see if they're like frozen as well, or are they here?
Can't find them.
I am immediately weirded out.
Oh, good lord, hi, buddy!
Oh god, why is there a beholder thing?
well, that's a drill. That is
No.
a drill.
Right, okay.
It should be more illithid-like anyway.
I
Probably is a big
instantly want to attack this.
As a clearly illusionary one appears in the other circle.
So okay, so the Drell are part of the other world then.
Yeah, we knew that.
Then what of the
Oh god.
Metharzalus Palace of Twilight? The Arserum. No. No, they are in that link.
Oh, okay.
The Drell are between the worlds in the intersection, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Wait. Didn't the faceless man say that when we poked holes in it, that we were literally poking like little tunnels through it?
Yeah.
By
Those-
putting tunnels in it, we like sort of fill in part of that section, don't we?
Yes.
So we need to do that more. Wait, are you literally telling me that I get to just fix the world, I get to poke holes in it?
Wait,
I'm not sure. If those things are in that middle bit, poking holes through it surely would let them out.
No, because these are sealed holes. It's just filling in their space, and if they run out of space, they'll die.
Are they sealed holes?
Yeah.
Like, if we poke more in it now, are they sealed?
I see. So, where the two worlds intersect is where the Drell may appear, correct?
No.
No.
Is the fish right?
She points over to the drill. The drill over there kind of walks to the edge of the circle and continues walking, and the circle moves with it.
They force it.
I don't understand
Move.
2D dimensions.
So what you're saying is that they're trying to force the worlds apart.
I see.
And we need to get them together? Or throw all the Drell in one world, then separate them?
One cannot exist without the other.
Okay, so we need to...
They are linked.
Thankful.
They are opposites and equal
You
and
gotta keep
opposites.
together.
So if we bring the worlds together, then they can't exist how they would like to. Am I
I
correct?
see. As the worlds are spread apart, their area of control widens. They exist in the boundary between the worlds.
And can invade through the conduits.
So my question is that why the cycles happen? To seal the worlds back together?
Yes and no. As it points out, and the drill continues pushing it as this kind of seems to stretch out, and then
As the worlds separate, they shrink. As this happens, that's when the cycles start occurring, isn't it?
correct.
When the worlds get too small, the cycles happen and they're returned to an equilibrium.
As all of you feel yourselves being pushed together slightly by it, not actually forced, but you can feel a little push.
Okay, I have a probably reasonable question. What basis do we have to trust a random stranger has just pulled us into a strange overplane?
We have no more of a reason than we do to trust, say, the faceless man when he said it was a bad idea to poke holes in things.
I don't know, he kind of lives on the plane. This person apparently can escape it.
Well, he supposedly lives on the plane. We've seen he can at least move between the
Ah!
two we know of. He might be able to move to other ones.
Oh, hi. She'll walk up to her again. I don't know, I get a good feeling from her. Although I can't really feel her. Taps her shoulder.
The
I don't think they're him or her, actually, Aquilo.
I'm gonna go with her.
Not anymore, at least.
Once.
No. They're an entity now, correct? And that's it.
Simple,
Or a messenger, one of the two.
perhaps.
You're so vague.
I'm gonna go with her.
Wait, are
I
you gonna
get a good feeling from her. She's good. I like this.
Excuse me if I don't agree with you.
As suddenly, the individual will look towards Chandra Maralana Proof of the middle.
Ugh.
Right?
Yeah.
What?
You
Yes,
forget.
hello.
You forget the past.
And
You
then-
mean
Excuse me?
Russell? He looks confused, but Russell, you mean?
Who?
Yes.
I can't remember clearly, but it was
individual
someone I
snaps their
think I met a while ago.
The individual snaps their fingers. The memories of Russell for the both of you return vividly.
Yeah, Helios's eye just
Ah, my
twitches.
head!
Helios's eye just twitches and just suddenly shouts, "I'm gonna kill that faceless prick!"
Ah, sweet Jesus, my head!
Okay, so you do realize
Please don't try. We have other problems.
you've
And
kind of now
that's
just made us.
Open combat with him.
Yeah, do you now kind of just realize that you made us a target for a faceless mammoth skin, stranger?
Indeed.
Oh god, I'm gonna start falling through the plains again.
No,
No, I know why.
that was his doing.
Oh, he was pulling us through?
So what you're saying is he was doing it in order to get us to agree to remove the memories, wasn't he?
Correct.
God, that lying bastard. Not that he said anything, so I don't know how he was lying, but he's a lying bastard.
So then, if that's the case. He is. Are we correct in thinking that he is sort of an agent of Methursela?
Well, he admitted he worked for her, didn't he?
Yeah.
He never admitted anything. Remember, he never told us anything directly.
I got a
We
definitive
played
nod out of
charades
it.
with him. He nodded.
No, he allowed us to make suggestions that he either agreed or disagreed with. He never said anything, confirming or denying it, in any meaningful fashion.
You
He
cannot.
didn't have a face. It was hard for him to say things.
So, is he a
Can't see you
agent of
speaking.
Methuselah? I feel like I missed a word there.
Rogue.
Rogue.
Oh, he used to be an agent and he split off.
Yes.
Is he
So-
working for? Is he working with the drill now?
Unclear.
Unclear.
I have an idea of to ask. Do you know of, probably not, but do you know of a group which Marcalia is part of?
Marcalia Night Hunter.
Yes. What's her place and her group's place in this? Are they trying to cause the cycle to happen?
How?
How?
It is what they seek.
The cycle?
They seek power.
Oh, power. Right, sorry, I heard how.
So did I.
So how do they seek power? For what means?
I suspect it's through the means of the Drell, or at least whatever the Faceless Man's working with.
They search. As he puts his hand out, or she puts her hand out, and another illusion appears above it. A glistening crown appears.
They
Just
search for the crown.
The Osserum or something? Names, why do you fail me?
Yes.
They seek Veriserum. Or whatever it's called. Where's Methuselah? She's somewhere here.
I'm-
There she
you
is.
Do
know,
they
I
believe
have
that they
a-
can gain access to
I
the
have-
gate?
I have a hunch. The
Mhm.
Veriserum doesn't actually exist in our plane of reality as we would recognize it as a physical structure, does it?
Correct. Well, yeah.
It does
How
not.
does one gain access to it?
Oh, I imagine there's some way
Point
to
to
go
the
to a
crown.
plane.
I'm guessing the crown isn't exactly what you would call a normal crown either.
No.
I think it has like teleportation properties or something like that, or allows you to tap into it or something like that. I don't know.
Well, let's see what he says.
Where's
The crown was once real. The illusion goes. You kind of put the illusionary crown on his head, but then it became not. It kind of just disappears into dust.
It was destroyed?
Yes.
I think that's a problem. That's a bad thing.
Is there a way to
So-
reforge it?
Yes.
we need to make a
How?
new crown, is what you're saying.
How do we reforge it?
I think we may already have that. Process at least underway, or at least under research.
You must get the key.
Are you telling me we have to capture a god?
No.
No.
Did you get
Question.
The key is held by one who you have met before.
Which of us?
The
All of us?
Advent, right?
Correct.
Oh, it looks like
Well,
it's
I
about
always
to
wanted a
stream.
rematch.
So, let me guess. You're recommending we let the Drell come into our world so that we can kill the Advent and steal this key?
No.
Except for the fact that no,
Good.
we cannot
Okay.
kill him in this world.
We'd have to go to
Oh,
wherever
man,
Methuselah
we have to
resides.
follow him through the portal?
We can only banish him, as with many outsiders on the material plane.
Do we have to follow him through a portal or something?
No, we have
It is
ways
possible.
of getting to
Then
his
how do we retrieve the key?
Is it a physical object?
Doubtful.
It can be.
It is.
What exactly is it?
I honestly don't care what it is. I just want to know if I don't have to follow the Advent back into the portal that it came through.
Chances are we will, but until we know what it actually is, we don't know for sure.
And why we should even be listening to you. Yes, you have a lot of information, but how do we know any of this is true? This is the exact situation we were in with the Faceless Man.
Except
We were asking questions and getting
Except
vague
this person
responses.
hasn't destroyed our memories, or teleported us to random places in the world, or tried to kill
Yes,
us.
you'll see.
If you put that as your
Yeah.
basis of trusting anybody, there is a lot of people that have not done that we count as enemies.
If you distrust, then go.
I think I'll stay, thank you very much.
I got a good
Me
feeling from her.
too.
All I ask for is
I'm not saying
You're
we
asking,
blindly
you're asking them
follow.
to prove things that can't be proven.
As the individual kind of turns and points, and you see essentially a giant kind of portal back where you see kind of yourselves kind of frozen in time around a table.
I will not be leaving.
Yet.
No, I'd rather stay here and learn as much as I can.
Even if it turns out to be false later, it's a better lead than nothing.
I look at it like this. That faceless man has obviously been proven to not be trustworthy.
Well,
And what were they stopping us from doing? Now, I've tried very, very hard to quell that rebellious nature of mine, but it is really screaming at me to take everything I can and just shove it in the face of the faceless man and bridge as many gaps between our two worlds as possible. This is a good idea, isn't it?
I think it's a great idea. I will wholly help you with that task.
Merely bridging will not slow it.
What you're saying is we need to bring the worlds together in some fashion or another.
That would stop. But we do not have the time for that now.
We need to either slow how quickly the Drell are moving up their world away from ours, or make our world move closer to theirs.
Meaning the Drell have invaded the other world, have they not?
As the red circle will reappear, and
That is why the Drell is in the other world.
you'll see a essentially map. You'll see like a very vague kind of map appear, though it's really hard to read. It's not any start kind of styling you're kind of used to, and then you'll see a red dot appear, and then another, and a total of 16 of them.
They are in multiple places over there. That is why they are pushing that world away.
Yes.
Please tell me they're not all Advent.
No.
No, that is doubtful. The Advent is
It is singular.
So what you're asking us to do is for us to go into that other world and destroy each of those dots and stop them from pushing. Am I correct?
It would be impossible.
No, but there are ways we can slow it. If that is why, keeping them out of this world will indeed slow it to a degree, or at least it won't speed it up.
Correct.
However, we do not have the option of helping empty their world, unless we gain contact with those over there that can.
Resistance is falling.
We need power over there, don't we? They need leaders. Someone who will help them rally behind reinforcements.
Perhaps.
That is one way.
Your own world must aid first. As you'll see around you suddenly, 8 illusionary giant crystals appear.
The Ardvani crystals.
Saying we have to gather these first before we can help the other world.
They will aid you greatly in your endeavors. But moreover, what these represent in your current timeline.
Marquees.
Each of the crystals is now replaced by the various marquees you know. Their images kind of moving around.
We need them as well, don't we?
They must learn to cooperate.
We're trying.
Well, I'm glad we are already working on that.
What if some of them are destroyed? Could their replacement do just as well a job?
Perhaps.
It is the power of the Marquee that we need, correct?
Not necessarily the people themselves, but rather the power.
Yeah, as you were saying, this Shunda was looking between blood and shadow specifically.
Their power is great, though the power itself does not do a lot, except it creates 2 things.
Isn't there balance?
1, they do form balance within your own world. And 2, they rally people behind one ideal.
They have followers.
Doing such breeds what the Drell and Drask hate the most.
Cooperation.
Hope and cooperation, indeed. As sad as it might sound.
It's ironic.
So we're killing the Drell and Drax via the power of friendship. I thought it'd be a little bit more glorious, like burning them
we're
with
killing
fire.
the Drell and the Drask via the power and followers and armies that these people can bring together, which won't
Through the
break,
power of friendship.
which won't break because they believe in each other.
Doing
in an ideal,
doing this will not kill them, but
it'll slow them.
It'll slow them enough to allow us to put the final blow in solidifying the worlds, correct?
indeed. But for now,
Which,
you still do not have time for even this. As said, time should be up.
Okay.
should be up, you say. Then why is
Yeah.
it not?
Because we believe you might be the first to finish this.
So you're holding back the reset, well, to give us time.
With what power we remain.
Who's we?
Her.
The first cycle.
You were the original Marquise.
Yes and no. They did not exist as you believe them to in our time.
You were the Dawn Guard.
One part of it, perhaps, at one point. They became us, but we are not them.
I see. So they are
I'm-
indeed past Marquise, though.
Kind of.
No. No. and
They
yes.
were beings of great power with the ability to rally those behind them and forge a great alliance in order to combat what we're fighting.
The Dawn Guard, as you call them, were once mortals. Yes.
Yep.
And they were born from our actions, but we are not them. I am not a god, nor are any of the others. Some of you revere them closely, others not so much. There are specific looks towards Ayo at the first part of that, and then Aquilo at the second part.
Hey, they have a
Yeah.
bad habit of trying to kill me.
You must prevent the two worlds from completely dividing.
How far apart are they already?
Well, these circles will reappear. I'm going to draw them out. They're both going to be red now because I can't be able to switch colours because it's being awkward.
Yeah, they're far enough apart they should have already popped.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
okay.
That.
Oh, lovely. Well,
So we need to pop it back somehow.
You must create. You
How
must.
mu-
Create, you must create a bridge to stop them moving.
how might we reverse that? If they can push it one way, why can't we push it the other?
Perhaps.
Because they have a much stronger force. What I proposed is if they're pushing their world that way, why don't we also push our world that
That's
way?
what Thalaias just said.
That's what Thaddeus meant,
Yeah,
I think.
that's
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought,
was
I
meaning-
thought you meant
Well,
that they're
either-
pushing that way, push that world that way.
well, either
But
one
that's
works.
entirely what uniting the Marquis and their followers will do. That will give us enough power to push our circle along with theirs, thus giving us time to do something to bring the worlds together.
Speaking
your-
of which,
The effect of them together would slow them down greatly, but it would not prevent it. Only one
But-
thing could.
then
Which is-
question:
Yes.
What of Ivana's the White's plan? What of her research?
Her research is that built upon Oedipus, that of the past, dating back almost to our time.
Is she on the right track?
Yes. It would be the key.
That is. So we need to finish. We need to complete that ritual.
Yet, for now, you must stop the two worlds just leaving.
How do we do that?
We
Rally.
just said rallying the Marquis and their followers.
No. They said that would do it, but we need to do something else, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we don't have time for that first, yeah.
As rallying mortals can be an incredibly slow process.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
So, no offense meant.
None taken. I know we're really, really stubborn.
You in particular.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay,
You,
so
you
what
must create something that stops the worlds from overlapping. the Faceless Man has been trying to remove them, piece by piece.
The bridges between the worlds?
Not the bridges,
Or-
but what passes through them.
The
We need
memories and items from the other worlds.
Indeed, everything that falls through draws its other world near.
So what if...
So what you're
So what if we bring another
recommending we
from that
do
side?
is basically steal an entire town full of people and bring them to our world.
You would not be able to get away with that many people.
We
No,
couldn't
but
get
small
away with a
things.
couple scraps of cloth and a memory.
What of knowledge?
That would be memories.
Well,
He's already
yes.
proved that he'll remove them.
He is capable of removing much. It is dangerous. But there are individuals and objects that could be moved to perform it.
Looks like we have to
However,
go
we
get our
need
kitty friend.
link. We need a link
Would
between
Russell
worlds for
be
now.
one of these people? He didn't seem to want to remove him, just punish him.
The entity you know as the Faceless Man cannot harm that who remains in their own world. He is bound not to.
Is that a side effect of his original contract, I'm assuming?
Not a contract, but his essence. An angel must be good.
Hmm.
He must.
He is bound by his laws.
Did we ever find out what world, what plane he came from?
Hers.
Her. Hers as in her.
Methuselah's.
Okay, right. Just don't know if the Faceless Man is an actual man.
Indeed, though, your suggestion would work.
How the hell are
Actually-
we supposed to defend him against?
What is
his
her tie to
onslaught?
this? What is it that she's wishing for in this?
It's unclear.
To maintain fate is her
Yeah, so
supposed duty.
perhaps it's fated that this is supposed to happen, like the worlds are supposed to split apart. But that's a bad thing, so no.
Or perhaps it is fated for the cycles to end here.
Maybe she's just sick of her job and just simply doesn't want to deal with fate anymore and just wants it all to end so that she doesn't have to keep doing this.
Well, if Faceless
Yeah.
Man is a rogue agent of
You don't know
hers,
about
then,
that.
then he must have broken off from her for some reason or another.
We really do with just asking her ourselves.
That's hurtful.
That sounds like
Yeah,
a terrible
sadly.
idea.
Sadly, we do not have that option.
Aquilo, you summoned the Faceless Man before. Do you think you could summon a god?
I'd rather not talk about that. No, please,
No.
God, no.
So
We'll rub his temple.
we need to get something to stay on the plane Methuselah's on. Or, Methuselah's plane.
Or something from the copy world to stay on our world. That's what it's meaning. Something from their world staying on ours, or something from ours staying on theirs. That would pull the worlds back together.
Well,
Question.
but I mean,
Would-
for
it would
not harming
force them
us.
to stay linked.
Yes. Question.
He'll look towards you.
Can the Faceless Man be killed?
Yes.
That's all I need to know, because if we're going to bring someone over from the other plane over to this one, we need to defend them from him.
We just
Yeah.
need to hide them
Yeah.
from him.
You can't
Yeah.
hide from them. Even
Be
worse.
it object,
As far as you idea.
be it a sufficiently powerful object, or a creature who shares memories of both worlds.
Which both me and Arunalala have now. Yay.
Though your memories are brief.
Yeah,
They're not enough.
It's still I still suspect he'll be coming after us for them.
So, what you're saying is essentially we need to find Russell, steal him from that world, and bring him into ours.
Or someone else. I don't think we can have to be picky.
That would
But
that would
Russell
help.
does have memories from both worlds. He clearly
Quite
been to us.
extensively.
Yeah, he'd clearly been to us before he met us.
I guess.
Then
Yeah,
why
yeah.
does he need to be on that world? Or why?
Because he was probably born on that world.
No, I mean,
his tug is strongest into his own world.
exactly. He
What
needs
you-
to stay.
What you seek to do, though, is have your world move towards his.
So we need to
need
bring
Russell.
memories of their world to ours.
Either one would work, honestly.
If one of theirs in your world would create a flow, their essence trying to move back to their reality.
Which
Okay.
would pull the worlds together.
Yeah.
Yes,
It is not a perfect solution, but,
but it
would.
gives time.
It would buy you some time.
Well,
It should buy you enough that you should be able to get the Marquise together at least and begin your own push.
So my question is, how do we reach the other world?
I can do that.
We've kind of
we've done it
found
before.
several
It's not that
ways into
hard.
the other world.
At least,
There are numerous methods, one of which, well, gestures a hand towards Ayo.
yes, if we, well, I can do it without it, but with 2,000 gold, worth of silver or sapphire, we can get into the other world.
Good. How do we
That's
get?
a hell of a price.
I can
Is
make
it-
it that we do not need to pay. However, that will take its toll on me.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you're going to be using your own blood for the ritual,
Of
correct?
course. Oh, not a ritual.
Is this plane shift, AO?
Maybe.
Can you just shift us over there?
Potentially.
A regular spell to shift planes would not work.
Oh, never
So
mind then.
he- But though, Ayo may have received some guidance on the exact method.
Pretty much just a sapphire. That's
Yeah, it's exactly how to modify the plane shift. Because you're not preparing plane shift, because you can only use it for this purpose when you prepare for this. But
okay. So it's basically like material plane shift.
Yeah, it's like Shunda's plane shift. It specifically targets two places.
Yeah, but it's like a separate spell from plane shift. Does that
Yes.
mean I have
Yeah,
to research?
no, well, you've been given it from a certain source.
Oh, well, that's useful. Oh yeah,
Charming
Frankly-
lady, or whatever her name is.
charming lady.
I don't know.
The Lady of Charm.
God, yeah, her.
It was close.
You can thank her later.
I'm just laughing. Oh god.
Come on,
Yeah,
I've heard her
yeah.
name maybe
I know.
twice the entire time we've been playing.
I know.
Come on.
Definitely more.
I'm just glad that like she isn't here because that'd be hilarious. And I imagine she's probably not. Anyway,
So
so
then,
yeah, we have a
need
way
a
of getting
strike
off it,
team.
at least. The issue is we're okay. Stranger, I don't know what to call you. Stranger's good enough as anything. Do you know of ways to specific ways, mind you, to hurt the faceless man? Because as it stands, I don't think we're much of a state to fight him, or I don't know, some way to fill his weird mist.
Well, when Shunda empowers Theodora as far as he can make her go, he can injure the faceless man. We've seen
I
it.
can at least hit him.
Okay, that's one person, but is there any other way?
Perhaps say. You said he is an outsider of law, correct?
He obeys laws, but he is not of law himself.
He is not of law.
He's not.
Last time I
What
last
is he
time I
of?
checked
then?
he technically falls under all of the alignments. I thought we said. What was that? I don't know.
Is he a being of neutrality then?
Yes, and at the same time, no.
You say that a lot.
He does not follow that which we are familiar.
What kind of outsider does he count as? If you know.
The faceless kind.
But I need to know for Bane. If I can get this, then I have like an okay weapon.
Yeah, just,
You can select the face. You can essentially select the faceless man as a very specific kind of bane.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes everything a lot more easier.
Yeah, basically, you need the equivalent of a +5 weapon, essentially.
Bane gets me at least a +3, and that's +4. So then I just need to cast magic weapon to get to +5.
There may be a way we can help you with this.
Oh?
Yes, I think we shall. Next time you encounter him, let's just say your weapon shall strike more true than before.
Well, at least that's something.
But you are our hope for this, and the hope for all. You are not the strongest. You are not the most powerful there has been. Yet, you have proven yourselves time and time again.
Yeah, it's because we're special. In many ways.
Perhaps.
We have some link,
Sort of
and so we
pulls
have
a funny face.
we've been working towards it.
Yes, Shunda, you are very special.
In the end, who or what you bring across. It does not need to be the boy, nor does it need to be anything truly specific. Just something which does represent both worlds.
Hey, Shunda, there was a big tree over there, wasn't there?
What of magic?
We ended up in a swamp over there. There
I
was
wonder
trees,
if-
though.
Huh, I wonder if...
What of the magics of the world over there?
They're differing magics.
Indeed. I have heard that, well,
There are no spirits for
I've
Warren.
ideas
Yeah.
that teleportation, long-range, accurate teleportation.
There's a group of people much like our world's druids. They call themselves the world priests, and they apparently draw magic from nature itself without any spirits to act as a middle ground, I suppose. I suppose spending some time to learn from them might help bridge a couple of gaps.
Might
Magic that
help
is
next time
foreign
the
to
spirits
our
hate you
world.
again as well.
Possibly.
Yes, they may be ones that we need to speak to. Though if they have magic, they must also have arcane casters of some kind as well, correct?
They do.
And we will need to speak with them as well.
My magic didn't feel that much different while I was over there.
No, arcane magic is fairly simple in its... well,
Arcane
as simple as
magic
magic is.
Arcane magic is your magic, Aquilo. Divine magic is more like magic you're borrowing.
It is not that
Arcane
simple.
magic is your force of will imposed onto the world around you.
Your powers would function differently there.
How would my alchemy function?
It might not.
I see.
I am unfortunately bound to not be able to try all of this myself.
Well, that's fair enough.
Alright, so knowing our group, we're going to end up kidnapping Russell. So what I'm
Hopefully
obligated
not
to ask is,
kidnapping.
when we kidnap Russell, I'm obligated to ask if I have taken it upon myself to have the power to obscure things, to hide people. I don't suppose there's anything you could do to help me hide from the Faceless Man.
Me and Elric may have worked on that a bit.
Yes, I
Something
have
appears
also been worked. I have also worked with
I
him on
just
that as
turn
well.
around.
Your companions speak true. That which is the key to all creation is nearing a solution.
Elric
Yeah,
is the
we-
she.
I'm sure you could provide some small piece of insight or something that could help us kickstart
Indeed.
that. Because if we're going to be hiding a bridge between the two worlds from him, or at least safeguarding it, we need something.
A small A small crystal will suddenly appear in the man's hand.
I hold out mine.
This is not for you, greedy man.
It
It's for
floats,
Aquilo!
it floats over to your hand.
I will give this to Elric.
This will teach him what he is missing.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. Now, I have another request, if I may.
Make haste. My time grows short.
If you have this sort of power, four of us have just completed an incredibly taxing ritual. That, while we may negate some of it, we are far from at our full strength. I was wondering if you might be able to aid us in this and aid us in our recovery.
A little, perhaps. Though I must conserve some of my power.
Yeah, I mean,
That is
she is
understandable.
kind
If
of
you-
holding two worlds together. I
He will
mean,
kind
it's
of.
not...
He'll put a hand. He'll put a hand out and click his fingers.
Cha-cha.
Any of you who currently has a negative level,
I do.
Me.
Yay.
Not
Would you-
me, haha.
reduce the number of negative levels you have by 1.
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay. Lovely. And just another restoration. No, better than nothing.
Ooh,
This one-
tingly.
It's only a small aid, but it should keep your vitality going for now.
That helps. Also, Dark, did you see the message I sent?
Yes.
Can I ask precisely how much time we have? Because there is something dear to us we are trying not to lose, and we need to be sure that we're not going to. We need to keep our own flame of hope and determination alive, after all.
Indeed.
Your time is wearing thin. And quickly.
Yes, but I would like to know if we have days, weeks, a month, 2?
The worlds, we can hold them likely to that which is the peak of next winter.
That's actually a lot more time than I thought.
One
Yeah.
year. That is.
The power of the first world has not been tapped like this for a long time.
And you may not be able to maintain it afterwards.
Yet you may have an earlier concern. If you do seek this rustle, as you called them, they are not in such a good position.
Yeah.
The Drell are after them, are they not?
They themselves know,
The faceless man.
while he cannot hurt them, or or put them in a position that directly brings them to harm, indirectly.
He may lead those that seek him to him.
And more importantly, the boy has crossed his boundaries enough times that he is willing to act drastic.
I have one question that I want to ask.
You said
Why
that
did-
last two questions.
Yes, I realize that, but there are things that I just don't understand.
Allow the elf to speak.
Why did the man give us visions of Grey Rock?
He does not seek destruction, but nor does he seek solution.
He seeks to maintain.
So what he wants is for the cycle to happen for whatever reason.
Because that's what always
Because-
happens. If he is trying to maintain, then the cycle's a thing that always happens, therefore it must happen to him.
Then he's
Why is he working with Markelia and her group?
He no longer just wants balance to occur.
Something has changed then.
Is he trying to force balance?
He seeks to replace that who created him.
Ooh.
He seeks to
Ooh.
take our place.
Oh, that's ambitious. I respect that.
He seeks to cut the threads of fate.
And he promises to turn those who follow him into his new heralds.
Ah, so that's how we seek power.
I see.
Huh.
I see. He's grown tired of maintaining order. He will force it now.
His will grows with each cycle as he sees the memories of each he collects.
I see.
It has grown to a point where these memories have formed anew. He has gained human ambition.
Da-da-da.
Goddamn humans and their
He's return-
ambition.
He's
Oh,
returning to
screw
his
you,
original
cat.
form, isn't he?
You're not even human.
It's part human.
I'm not fucking...
You're not even part human. You're part shadow.
No, it's not
Okay,
me,
it's-
her.
Oh,
It was an
Damn
expression.
humans. Tiny
I
little
apo-
lifespans, huge
I
ass
apologize. It was an expression.
do not worry.
Many elves share it.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing.
But yes, he's returning to his original form then, or at least
No,
regaining
this is something
it.
new. This is something new.
He is,
Yes.
he is attempting to grow beyond.
Exactly.
Weird.
His pride is overtaking him.
Yes.
Pride he was never supposed to have.
But through either through bad stewardship or something or another, he's regaining it.
He's gained a view which was not predicted. He gained a view of morality from the point that is human or mortal. He was
And
not
somehow I still don't think he can be reasoned with.
He did flip me off.
unlikely.
Yes. So, regrettably, he is our enemy.
And since he is our enemy, his heralds are, or quotation marks, heralds are our enemies.
They're
Indeed. I assume they're the ones who sent the explosive runes.
on occasion.
To us who hasn't sent us
there's-
explosive runes by now.
A few people.
I've had explosive runes from Armarza, okay? Anyone can send me explosive runes, and I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I got some from her at one point as well.
I was teleported.
Oh
Right.
my.
Anyway,
So our plan is invade the other world, grab Russell, and get him back, and quick.
or get something
Before-
back.
Yes, something. Knowledge, Russell,
Art.
other things.
It simply needs to be something which holds some strong enough connection to both worlds.
A link to.
I mean,
A
if,
link to one while in the other.
I mean, if it's an object and fresh
Good
memories are
idea.
created from it in this world, will that still count?
What was that?
If, say, it were to be an object and it created memories in this world, like after we brought it through, would that still count?
Perhaps. The strength of the link will depend on how much of a connection it has to the two worlds.
Okay.
So here's a question: if
Something
let's
doubts in the
say somehow there's this tree that kind of acts as a bridge between our worlds, admittedly kind of a one-way bridge. With some druid magic, I might be able to convince it to essentially create an offspring that I might be able to awaken.
A sapling from that world, even if awakened, may share memories. At least would not work as an immediate solution.
Mhm.
It would take
It would
time.
need to grow.
it would need time to grow and develop an essence of both worlds. And while it can, and it would need to first get essence of its own world.
But an already planted one there.
Things that have experienced one world only put so much of a tug, but when they've experienced both, their tug to their own world becomes greater.
Yeah, I would say Russell. Russell seems like it.
He's the most obvious first choice.
Yeah.
What your idea, Amarulara? Yeah, that's Amarulara.
You have a really weird name.
Or you can call me Halius or Arayasin. I have a lot of names. Just pick one and run with it.
Personally, I prefer Kyras.
Your idea would work in the long term, but not as an immediate solution.
So what you're saying is we should do both.
If we can.
Wow. Who just ate their night?
Perhaps both would be the best solution. It would prevent the one you take from having to stay in this world indefinitely.
And it would allow the other to foster a full connection.
Let it spend time in the other world to gather its connection. Then bring it here, and it can establish one here as well.
All right.
But it would need
taking the nutrients of both.
But it would need time. It would need time in both worlds before it would start having effect. The one you speak of already has experienced both worlds in its full.
Issue is I don't know if I can take across like big objects, so it would probably have to be something someone could carry.
Which is why he was meaning a sapling.
Yeah, which means that we can't. Yeah, long term, sadly.
How big would it need to be before I take it back into our world? How long does it need?
It would need at least a year of exposure in its own world.
By which point, if we don't do something else, the worlds will drift apart, which is why they're saying it's best if we do both.
Equally, would it need a year in this world?
A year-old sapling shouldn't be too difficult for us to carry.
What if I created a... This would be difficult, but what if I took a branch from the tree and kept it alive and forced it to become a tree in our world?
Then perhaps that solution would work. But by the time it has gathered enough essence to be powerful enough, it would be
No, I'm saying how to circumvent the lengthy time of having to spend a year over there growing, and it could just simply have the time it needs from over there and just gather energy from our world, while let's say Russell is acting as that bridging force in the meantime while it's gathering strength in our world.
That would be sufficient.
It would still probably take at least a year, though.
It would still
True,
take
but it would be a more permanent solution.
It would take a year in your world at least to gather enough power, and in that time, of course, the one you call the Faceless Man will continue to hunt it.
But either way, we need to bring something like Russell back, like now, within the year.
The issue with bringing smaller things, even though he does remove it, such as singular memories, bits of cloth, jars of dirt.
I told you I should have held on to that.
They do not hold the essence to survive.
I've noticed that if they enter an extra-dimensional space, they
vanish
back.
It is an unusual effect, a hold created to keep balance in place. It does not function on the sentient, however.
So if we bring across, like, say, I don't know, some birds and let them free,
they would work for a while. The Faceless Man would find them.
But a good distraction.
Perhaps. If you wish to distract him with an overwhelming swarm of birds.
It's worth a try.
Better idea, actually.
Let's crack our knuckles. So, overwhelming swarm of birds, one Russell and one tree. I think I can pull that off.
If we do bring them back, we may be able to scatter them around, release them and scatter them around the world while he's focused on finding Russell. because he will obviously be the biggest link.
Alternatively, if he cannot find Russell, he may spend his time going after those and do even less search for him.
Indeed.
Yep.
Which, either way,
I hold out
it is
the
a very
little
good idea in
crystal and
both
say,
senses.
which is my idea precisely.
What you will be doing is creating noise. Lots of noise.
Aquilo's
So the more
great
noise
at
we
that.
create.
I'm amazing
Aquilo?
at making distractions.
Shunda?
Question: How would
Let's make some noise.
Equally, if you brought along a similar thing to expose their world to, it'd be more to clean up.
Okay, so we gather like what 1,000 birds here, then we go over into the other world. Problem is, I can only really take over 8 at a time, unless the spell that I've been given is different.
No.
Okay, I can only take 8 things at a time, which is an issue.
well, remember eight medium-sized creatures.
Mhm.
For spells like this, creatures smaller than medium count as.
It's
Oh
gonna
no,
take a lot
no,
of
they
that.
don't. It's only creatures larger. Crap, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Perhaps a different solution can be proposed. For these creatures can exist in a state before an egg.
I see. We bring across a lot of chickens.
I'll be right back.
Or
Alright, well,
bring
Dark,
across a
I'll
lot
be
of
right back.
eggs.
I'm going to use the bathroom. Be right back.
Chickens are really easy to get, also I am also going to go to toilet.
Okay.
Yeah, eggs don't count as creatures, do they?
Yeah, just
No,
grab
they
a
don't.
load of
They are
fertilized
objects.
eggs, bring them across, and hatch them.
Yeah. So, or if we take like
Uh,
17 spider eggs, and those like give birth to like 100.
No, not
Plus-
spiders.
Plus, gathering our knowledge while we are over there would be a good thing. So Thalaias learns how to make a teleportation spell. I'm keeping
Still need to teach me that.
my mind away from him. I might teach it to you. You may be the
Join.
only one who has the power to
Yeah, that's
who
true.
has the
Unlimited,
power of conjuration to teleport. Because-
unlimited power of conjuration.
Yeah,
Absolutely
just remember
nothing
he can
ever
teleport
happens.
as well, and he's very fast. So you might not be
Aquilo
able to
is
stay
fast.
away from you.
Aquilo
He
is
can
faster.
sort of teleport. He actually has a very slow teleport from what we've
Yeah, he's
noticed.
still got the drop on us a lot of times.
Because we didn't know he was there. Which,
Yeah.
admittedly, yes, that's a good thing. But
The last time he came out from us, he came out from a locked closet.
yes, that is true. But the good news is, if I discover a way for us to get a long range teleport in an emergency,
It's called plane shift.
Aquilo over there can. Well, yes, that is also true. Actually, that's another thing. I wonder what would happen if we took that to one of the outer planes. If we plane shift with like Russell to one of the outer planes.
I think he kind of has the ability to go to whatever plane, however I find it might be a bit more difficult. Also, what we should just do is get an ooze and cut it up a ton, then just slowly port it over.
I am that. You
Actually, yes,
you
that
could in fact bring an ooze across and split it 50 times.
Yeah, and then eventually people will keep on fighting it and splitting it more. Or if it
Actually,
breaks.
I have ideas about that as well because as an alchemist, I can create petrified oozes.
But those
So
only
it is,
last for a
though
couple
it,
of
though,
rounds.
it, though it is an important note. The creatures that bring across need to be alive because if they die, their bodies will just disappear.
Yes, but
Yeah.
a petrified ooze, it is alive. It's just in a very stasis thing that once I release it from the vial, it becomes a really really small ooze that's only good
So,
for melting like
what you're
thing.
telling me is instead of destroying the world with Drell, we're just destroying it with oozers.
Yes.
No,
That's
they're
the same.
As they're eventually split down a billion
It's just like-
times.
It's just like 5 ounces of ooze. Not even that much.
Wait, I have an idea. Frog spawn.
Frog.
Get it to rain. Rain frogs.
That sounds like a job for the Druid.
Yeah, Druid.
Is it a
Can't you like
defense?
summon a shit ton of poisonous frogs or something?
Summon? No.
Pretty sure there's some magic.
However you perform this, as noted, you have 1 year. This must be done within.
Man, if
Actually-
only I was a little bit more powerful, I could make portals. It'd be fucking
That's-
easier.
Well, that's one question we did have. Does the Faceless Man have the power to go to any plane within our plane?
He can go. He can reach any location.
Okay.
But could he say go to the plane of air if we needed to escape?
He could. It would take him time to find that you've actually gone there.
Okay.
But he could. Given time. Else one of the generations would have just simply hidden 10,000 birds then on the plane of air.
Yeah, they would have died. There's not really much to eat there.
You'd be surprised.
I don't think I want to know now.
What if we brought an elemental from the other plane?
I don't think they come with.
You do
What if I
need
brought a spirit?
There aren't
Spirits
spirits over
don't
there.
exist there.
Yes, but they exist here. What if I brought one from over here
Yeah.
over to there?
Aquilo,
That
I
would be
have,
incredibly cruel.
now, Aquilo, I have a forced binding with a spirit in my head which will not leave under any circumstances. He did not come with me. He was not able to come with me.
It's
Yeah.
a question of if. It's a question of, well, can the magic support it? Which it can't.
Additionally, a creature must. Additionally, another effect we have discovered is, even while sentient creatures can have the essence to remain in such a location, if the more they desire not to be,
The more they will attempt to go back.
that the essence that allows them to stay weakens if they do not want to be there.
Hmm.
Understandable, due to the nature of the soul is what's keeping them there.
So,
Our time grows short, though, but at least now you have some ideas how to progress.
That's true.
One quick question, which may have been mentioned, I can't remember. Now that you've given us our memories of Russell back, will the Faceless Man know and automatically come targeting us again?
He will. He will know, and he at some point will. Though he won't know how you got these back. It will be an enigma for him.
question.
Hooray.
How will we be able to contact you in the future?
It is difficult. Yet, there is, if required, a way.
Are you telling me I have to summon you?
No.
Damn.
I can just imagine it giving Aquila a really dirty look and just like, no.
Summoning magic like that is very
You,
very good
some
for
of
that.
some of you know of a temple to her webness.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting nickname, but yes.
There have been hundreds of names over the cycle.
Well, apparently it's always spider motif, so...
Her
Yeah,
form
that's the
does not-
whole Web of Fate stuff.
She rarely changes her form. Except once, perhaps. But that is a story for another time.
I see.
Regardless,
Yes, so...
at the base of that location, you can find access to one you have met before, and he can call me to you.
One we have met before.
He who slumbers the great lands that always seem to host this war.
Valeria. Or as he is known now.
Yes. The spirit we call him does in fact know us. He is old. Very old.
Yep.
Older than you.
Yes.
Older than the cycles.
He was with us at the first.
Oh.
Let's see.
He has remained the battlefield for countless eons.
It explains why it's this continent that seems to always hold things like the crystals and the marquees.
No matter what changes, it is constant. She is constant. But hopefully, no more.
Well, hopefully by
One-
constant means that they won't need to jump cycle.
One last question. How much do you know about about entities in our world. Are you able to see things in our world? How much do you know things from our world, or is all this just kind of speculation and guesswork? And
Images, flickers. It's not all clear. I'm taking a guess, though. You are speaking of what recently occurred to you.
yes,
They are alive.
but are they my enemy?
No.
I
They discovered that which they were not supposed to.
Huh.
You are walking in their footsteps.
God damn it again!
Well,
So
Shunda
many
looks at her
questions.
very confused and curious.
Rularis kind of face palms and goes, "Guys,
Nah.
Doppelganger.
we need to save the king."
The king that's on the other continent.
He's on this
Yes.
continent, isn't he?
Brandon Trigel.
He is not here. Not as you know it. But he is alive.
no, that's good.
He
what?
has,
He is the king.
he
He's
has
been-
him.
Oh.
Well, that explains some things.
The faceless man has him. Shit.
He cannot harm him. He is in his own world.
But he can keep him locked up.
For eternity.
Similar to how they tried to seal us in that, well, on the ship. Correct?
Yes. But the binding therein is deeper. They were considered a deeper threat.
Could you tell us where they are? Where the king is?
I do not know. But I do that if you continue down the path you are, you will be reunited.
Which path? We have many paths.
What we're currently on.
Crap. Where?
Yes.
Okay, where is that?
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to have to explain all of this to our friends in our world, so if you could just give us something to call you by, just to make it easier.
Some sort of name.
Flickers and reappears behind you. A name? That is difficult.
Well, we
Aquilo,
could
do
use-
you want to name her?
I'm actually just gonna say, out of the Dawn Guard, which one are you representing?
If any.
Or which one took your form?
Yes, that one.
From my form,
I'm taking Hunch's death.
they were born of my essence, yes.
I wonder what gave it away. Totally doesn't look at the whole entire black motif.
Dark blue, technically.
It's close
I would
enough.
have guessed it was the mask.
Oh, I guess there is that too, but
This, for your knowledge, is not how I looked in mortaldom.
This is not even my final form.
Blah.
This is
Yeah.
just what I can produce now, the closest to it.
That's fair enough.
I see.
Time has taken its toll. You would not want to see what's below this mask.
Yes,
so-
we shall avoid that if we can.
So, are the Dawn Guard aware of all this?
They are not aware of all of it. They're
But a
aware,
lot.
they're aware of pieces, fragments, not the full story.
So is it worth trusting them? Because I kind of have some information from them. And validation is very good to get.
They would not oppose this.
Okay, good to know.
You poke in at the ribs, and it, well, you know, Your finger goes further before hitting something than you expected.
Huh. Yeah, I would say. I just thought so.
Aquilo, that's very rude.
I just wanted to confirm something.
If I was living, I might have considered back tentacles.
That's fair enough.
Allow me.
He'd like them a bit too much.
Shut up.
Well,
Wow, that was a poor roll.
Yeah, no, you didn't even hit my touch. Quill just sort of leans out of the way. And then 5 footsteps.
Okay, you two. No fighting in front of a primordial being or whatever the hell he is.
Yeah, that
Oh.
one.
well,
Do you want a hand?
I guess it is time to go then.
My time is running thin as it is.
Wait, quick,
This was the quickest solution.
quick question. To the piece of paper I give you, yes or no?
I would recommend not.
Okay. That seems to be the general consensus.
What are you planning, Ayo?
It doesn't concern too much of you.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I'll tell you later. Run through portal.
Do not worry about Ayo. I will speak to him.
As a note, you have a year. You have a year to solve this. Please remember that your goals you're performing now are equally as important.
Yes.
So just keep our path, hustle a little bit. That's all I needed to know.
And at some
Enough.
point, grab a cat from the other world.
Do not allow the solstice to arrive without some solution in place.
No. If I may say just concretely right now, I say we do not take more than the summer solstice.
That is a fair assumption. Oh, wait, I'm not
Let's
here.
set the summer solstice as our personal deadline.
Sounds good.
Now, my time is running short, so I must bid you adieu. The whole first point for two of you.
Yes.
I was literally about to say, come on, Shunda, we're leaving.
Come on,
Jim just looks at the creatures like, raises live. I was like, that's very rude.
My time is nearly up. Though admittedly, your fish was just as rude.
Yeah, he's like that a lot. I hit him a lot for it.
If I may give one recommendation before I banish you away,
Hmm?
if you're going to try and establish peace between your marquis, you should stop upsetting their relatives.
Hey, that is not wrong. Shunda just appears on the other side as like, not me.
Essentially, what happens is simultaneously, all of you essentially like snap back into reality like nothing had happened. Soraya in the middle of her conversation. So yes, we should. So yes,
Aquilo immediately appears and shouts, "Shit!"
Shunda shouts, not me.
Not appearing, we're just being dropped back
Yeah,
into
you're
our
not reappearing.
bodies.
You're not reappearing. Just like imagine like you were just frozen in conversation and now you're resuming.
Yeah.
Yes.
And suddenly shouting now while Soraya's in the middle of talking to you.
Sorry, we had a moment.
Everyone around the table seems so confused.
Apologies here. Let me explain everything, and I will regale everything that has just happened to
wait,
us.
let Sarah finish the current train of thought because we'll forget about it.
Actually, yes. Continue on your train of thought. We will.
No,
Explain this.
Soraya's more interested in what you're saying.
Damn it, Sarah.
Fine.
But by the
Fine.
way,
Then I'll regale everything, unless anyone wants me not to.
No, say everything.
As you're talking, Shunda turns to Arunalara and says, "Oh, by the way, the great cosmic being says to stop annoying the Marquis' relatives."
Oh,
I
boy.
didn't mean to.
I'm just
Oh,
passing on the
my.
message.
Look, what
Yes.
I did was stupid, yes, but now that I know exactly why that happened, I have newfound hope that I didn't have before. I thought I was going to have to very thoroughly destroy my own brother, possibly body and soul.
Hey, I'm just passing
you're
a
not
message
now.
on.
Either way, Thalaias continues on to the tale, so, of everything. Just what just happened and what we realize we need to do and how imperative it is that we actually mend relations with basically all the marquees.
Or kill them.
Or at least get them to work together in some fashion. Enough to some kind of camaraderie, I hope.
The others don't really seem to want to believe you entirely what just happened.
Yes, I understand. It is incredibly unrealistic, but...
And I pipe up, Elric, they have a present for you. I just stick the crystal in his hand.
It immediately shatters. You place it in his hand, and his eyes just kind of blink.
Enjoy the insight, Elric.
Okay, they're telling the truth.
Yeah. Also, picture. Aquilo opens up his book and shows the drawing he drew of the lady.
Yes,
I need my
we
chalkboard.
realize it is.
I need my chalkboard. 1 moment. He quickly rushes out the room.
I hand him a journal. Say, write it down now. Just go.
He's rushed off. He's rushed off to get his double chalk to get like the double-legged chalkboard he's been writing on all day.
Do not erase anything. Leave it there. Get another if you need it. You think I'm just going to let him do that without helping me learn it as well?
Yeah, essentially now his mind is rushing with like these new insights of everything he's been missing from his equations.
I've got it!
Well done. Now back to the task at hand. I realize it is very incredulous and you probably do not believe us. But for one, we have Elric who, well, you know, a gem just shattered in his hand, and he now has incredible insight into how to dodge the faceless man's divinations of us.
Also, I have a picture. That wasn't in my book before, but not that you would really know that because you don't go through my
As
book.
well. As
You want me
as
to
our
roll
own
a diplomacy
insight.
check for convincing?
You can try.
Here, allow me to aid you.
Oh man, forgot my diplomacy was really bad. Got -7. Oh god, that's fine. 30. Oh man,
32.
I rolled a 4.
Show
Damn.
offs.
Actually, you know
Oh,
what?
here's
Fuck it.
what
I'm
I'm-
going to use my cloak of diplomacy to re-roll that. Fuck!
Well done.
You still clear 30, at least.
Yeah,
Seems
and I gave you 32.
Yeah.
So
does seem skeptical, but
Would you like Shunda to try and assist you?
No.
it seems skeptical. Then again, you know,
question.
you know,
Do you honestly think?
Soraya is going to believe you on this.
Yes, you know how I am with, well, information.
It's that, and this does match something else.
Oh, great.
Have you had contact with someone similar, or?
She's going to go ahead and open up a book that comes out of their essentially bag of holding
Can I have one?
table.
No.
Or bag of holding.
Yes.
No, you're not allowed.
I mean, maybe you can get one from Artifice. If
I'm
he's
going
around Artifice.
I'm going to try.
This is a big boy's toy. You don't get one.
Essentially, opens up the book and just kind of leaves it there for anyone to read on a certain page.
As I say.
Yeah, I will take it and read it immediately.
It's
Oh
a,
yeah, hold the book.
It's
Excuse me.
It's essentially a diary entry. It's a diary entry from Soraya. A lot of this is kind of boring, and there is one bit at the bottom though. Essentially, a section mentioning her two boys had another weird vision today, and the description given of what they saw perfectly matches who you just saw.
Well, I
Glad
think.
I had a drawing.
Well then, you know what I think? I think we might have something that's a bit more convincing to them that we are not their enemies in this.
I don't know how much they'll remember this. This was months ago. they had this suspicion. They get them a lot.
I get the feeling that they remember more than you might think.
I think, I'm obligated to counter that sleight of hand roll, at least try.
What? That was for me how good the drawing was.
With a sleight of
Requires a
hand.
completely different check.
I don't.
It'd be a
Craft
it'd be a
painting.
it'd be a craft or profession check.
I guess that's true.
Or if we were using background skills, artistry.
Any of the three.
Artistry is debatable.
How? Never mind.
Well, let's say artistry is like creating a blueprint, whereas craft or perform is actually making it.
Oh yeah, it's drawing.
Anyway.
Either way. But yes. Either way, back on the subject that we had before we were spirited away. Yes, I wish to sign a contract with you, Soraya.
I reject.
Ooh.
Fine.
Not
If you do not wish to, then
not
yes.
that I hold a personal gripe against you. Simply that
Says what I've.
Simply that, based on what you have told me here, forming a contract with me in particular would be a
bad idea. Particularly if we want to convince war of anything.
We are going to need to convince them to work together anyway.
This is
While it is true, yes.
I mean, you can take that view, I guess, but it'd probably be better if we all just learned to work together without the prejudices in the first place. Having people representing different marques might help with that.
having a foot in the door with the enemy is not necessarily the best way to get both of them at the table.
Yes, you make good points, and yes, after our spiriting away, I actually am going to agree with that as well now.
Perhaps once they're all working together, I may reconsider. But
Yeah,
That-
perhaps
I see-
being linked to magic may be better for me.
at least magic has not made as many enemies, unless you count Shadow.
Oh, especially not whenever magic is working on
Well, Shadow
the
is
keys
quickly
to
on
this.
her way to a swift demise, hopefully.
Is
I'm
that
gonna
such a
get
good idea
recording of it.
considering what we learnt?
Actually,
Yeah,
speaking of which, why do
fine.
you not contact Chris and ask him how that's going?
Hey,
Yeah,
Chris.
okay. Pride. No, Pride. He's busy. Pride, how's things going?
That depends.
On a scale from 1 to bloodbath, what are we talking?
2.
Okay.
We
That's
Surprisingly tame.
have an insufficient amount of blood, at least from Chris's opinion.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
We're being held up by a minor issue.
What is it?
We're in distinct need. Well, it seems Shadow has launched a counterattack.
Oh. Okay.
Or demons.
Yeah,
Ooh.
they have. Do they not know about the summoner?
Chris knows
yeah.
about some.
He
Okay.
knew about the summoners.
Summoners, yeah.
Shunda, are you willing to pay up on that? Are you willing to pay up on that debt yet?
If you want to come get her, providing someone's actually passing this message on, then yeah, if you want to come get her.
Well, shouldn't.
Simply hand it to Aquilo.
What?
Oh my. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I can teleport
No.
shit. Yeah, give me here.
Oh no,
He'll-
please
he'll-
tell
he'll-
me you're not.
He'll draw Theodora.
No.
and Say, see you in a month, and hand it in to Aquilo.
We don't need you disarmed right now.
Suddenly,
I don't have a choice in this. This is
Aquilo?
what I needed. This is what I promised Chris.
Aquilo,
You want Chris coming at me and stabbing me in the middle of the night, then fine, but that'll do
Oh,
less
what was the
help
point
than
of
me
having
being
you sit out of?
disarmed.
Oh, what was
He's
the
got
point of having you
magic,
sit
fine.
out the ritual now?
He can still use a weapon.
Because I am still far from disarmed.
Still, Theodora is like your.
Aquilo, your pact is invoked by someone else. You can guess who.
Aquila just grabs it and goes, pew! And with the other finger, it vanishes.
As it disappears.
God, I love this
Oh
power.
my.
I'm so happy with it.
No doubt Theodore isn't going to enjoy this, but
Theodora agreed.
oh,
I asked her several times if she was willing to do this, and every
Yes,
time I gave her the option to back out, and she was always willing to
She's
do
got,
it.
she's got one reason she agrees. Demons.
Demons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, I understand. Still, it's oh my.
But
Doesn't
I
like
must say,
Chris. Doesn't like Chris. Does like killing demons.
You can enhance
Mhm.
other weapons,
Well,
right?
it's not
Tinder?
like Chris had a choice in
Any-
becoming
Any
demonic.
weapon I am holding, I believe any melee weapon I am holding, I can enhance.
Do you want
Well,
to
she also-
go-
Yeah, but
Well, she also doesn't get
Theodora
along-
is naturally enhanced.
She also-
Alright.
I know, it's not ideal, it needed to happen.
Yeah, Torruun.
Hmm?
She doesn't get along though with Chris's chaotic evil.
Yeah, she is very much lawful.
She's true neutral leaning law.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I'm so happy with this power. So much better than just the power to make people's heads explode. I like this power.
Oh my. Well. So then, well, since Aquilo and Ayo weren't there, before we left, we had decided on our own hard deadline of we're going to be going there and doing our part in this before the summer solstice.
That's fair enough. Someone so rudely chucked me out of a portal.
You kind of poked her in the, and I kind of motioned at my chest.
No, I didn't. I poked her in like the lower rib.
You kind of need to work on your aim.
What? I wasn't even close.
I also don't know if it's a her. But yeah.
Also, I'm fairly
ribs.
I'm fairly sure that he was male.
But anyway, I just imagine they didn't appreciate being poked in the ribs. I mean, those are kind of,
Yes.
you know, squishy.
Yes, most people don't.
It was definitely not squishy.
It was not. It was the whole lot of emptiness.
In other words, you most likely literally poked them in a rib.
Yeah, I probably did.
If the ideal of death was indeed modeled after them, they're most likely a skeleton underneath that.
Yeah, they are.
everything.
I can pretty certainly say that they are. They're like a weird mix of Aeon and what are they called? Psychopomps? Right. That's it.
You know, it's only for 1 month. Hopefully you'll spend that time going after life anyway, right?
Yeah, but things will happen along the way, but as I said, I have been planning for this.
And there's also the fact that we're going to. Oh man. And we need rest and everything to recover from our negative levels.
And I still need to work on this portal stuff.
us.
I mean,
You could say we take a month of downtime.
maybe
No.
not a month.
No, we should
That
be
is
walking
true.
towards
No,
light.
If everyone else says they'll take a month of downtime, I'm saying I'm going to life now.
Yes.
I mean, we don't need everyone to
Yeah,
go to life, right?
Yeah, that's true. We don't
No,
we don't
strictly
need everyone to
speaking,
go to
all we
life.
need is Shunda, Arunalara, Michael, and Elwick.
Yeah.
Hello's
Yeah.
going to life. That's
Also,
it.
we need to get the silver up to our Mars's city.
Yes.
Because,
Oh.
like I've been saying, I'm happy enough to not visit life, and I have, as you might be able to tell, I know a bit more about Markelia, and I want to find out what their group wants. Because if we find out what they want, that's probably a better insight to what's going on as well.
I'm going to suggest that we don't split the group up.
Well, it wouldn't be splitting the group up, it would be me splitting off.
That's
We
just
should
a-
all go to life.
Plus, I don't know.
I don't think that's
Once we get to
actually
life-
reasonable now.
Once we
I
get
don't
to
think it's
life,
reasonable
I'll
for
can go
us to
take the
all
silver
go
to
together.
Armarza.
Oh.
That is a very, very long distance.
I can make
I
it,
have missed. Mist can fucking fly now.
but you want to go see life, don't you? I can
Mist
Yeah.
can't fly.
But
Well,
I can...
Mist can't fly until you get rid of your negative levels.
That too.
What?
Yeah,
True.
negative levels
Ah.
impact upon
Your
caster
caster level. Yeah, your caster level is now your level minus the negative levels.
See,
Damn
I
it.
can still get up very quite quickly because Arana's not really tied to my caster level
Oh
or my
yeah.
hit dice. I think. I'm pretty sure.
And I can still get up there because I don't have negative levels.
That too. But you want to go see life with Michael.
Yes, I am.
Hence why I'm just saying, if you'll go
I was
there,
just gloating a bit.
and I quickly run up there and quickly cash in the silver. That makes it easier. Plus, I think I have a way to find out about their group. Even if it is directly with them, but I probably won't be doing that.
Besides, even then, Ayo, you only have like 2 negative levels left, don't you?
That is also true. And remember, most of my strong stuff comes from spellcasting, which, to be honest, I can get that to 1 caster level lower than it usually is.
Yeah, so it's nowhere near as bad for you.
Fun fact, I can no longer fail to cast 2nd level spells defensively.
Nice.
Nice.
Unless the enemy's disruptive or something.
Yeah.
Which, so as long as you're not like fighting Shiga.
Yeah, because like even on a nat 1, it's 20.
Yeah. But also, while you're all visiting life, I can start thinking of either gathering resources so that I can not have to, drain my strength to get to the other plane, or even start making scrolls of it, so that we have multiple ways of getting on and off of that plane.
That would be fair enough.
On top of other things.
I would like a solid plan to get back.
Yeah, well, that's why the scrolls would be good. Unfortunately, I think maybe me and Thalaias are the 2 people who can cast a spell right now. So if I get scrolls, I can at least hand one to Thalaias. So if we get split off, at least we have 2 people who we can run to or be near with if we need.
Scroll is this?
Well, it'd be like a
plane
modified plane shift. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Just literally tell me. Describe to me,
Death level.
or write down what it is, and I will be write down the differences, and I will be able to remember it.
Well, that's not the issue.
Yeah, the spell effectively is identical to plane shift. It's just it is a you know how there are some things like this functions like plane shift.
Yeah.
This functions like plane shift, but only to this other plane.
Okay.
And that is basically the spell's description. The main difference is also it costs more.
Yeah, which is the 2000 Sapphire. But also,
There's not a whole lot of differences. Just it's a rare spell.
not while I probably wouldn't do this, but I could also try making a quick excursion to the plane. That's a horribly bad idea, but as we've seen, the Faceless Man is not immediate.
He has to notice you're there.
No, but
I could literally pop in there and throw a bunch of rats and run away.
Yeah, this is where you pop in there and accidentally land on top of him.
It can happen, but then I can immediately get back out, or he'll throw me back.
Or he'll strangle you to death.
Or he'll strangle me to death.
Yeah.
However, that's what Still Silent spell's for.
Yeah, but we know from Kyras that he drains your magic or something.
That
Yep.
too. Well, then I'll try kick him in
Completely
his
stop
metaphorical nuts.
Full shot nuts.
He's apparently got human ambition. It's close
True.
enough.
He might also have human reproduction then.
Kick him in his human ambition.
Well, you're the only person who's actually seen his real form, so you'd be the one to know.
Yeah. I don't know, he doesn't seem to have legs.
Human ambition.
Kick him in the human ambition.
I'll make a spell, kick metaphorical construct.
Either way, yes, we need to go. There are a few things we need to do. We need to speak with life. We need to get the silver up to our Mars's place, and I think it's not reasonable for us to not split up now.
Well, it's all up to what you want to do. I know that life. Well, of course, we'll need people to convince life, so I guess
I already have an appointment with life, so me,
As do
Kyras, and
I.
Elric can just waltz straight in.
The group could, in theory, take downtime to go to life and then to Amarza and all that.
Yeah,
Because
I would.
But what?
Yeah.
Also, what are we doing about the corruption in what's its place?
do you leave it? Do you leave it to
Radiance can basically guarantee us that they will probably be rooted out and destroyed. However, there will be aftermath to deal with on
Well,
that front.
worst case, we need to get to the Advent anyway.
No, we don't.
I mean, at some point you do, but not
Yeah.
now.
And I'm not willing to let someone become a conduit and
But
risk
in the
another
wa-
town just to get to the Advent.
But in the worst case that they somehow don't succeed, it's fair.
This is also assuming
Well,
that
remember-
when they do break through, we're in the area.
It's not that
And
hard
there's
to
also the
get here.
fact that even then we can't kill the Advent here.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But we can at least get them weakened, then try and follow them through, maybe.
No,
know how
because
you
once
fight
Eith-
giant
but
zombie monsters?
either way, no.
Actually, yeah, that's. Will I have to like make an, or will I have to try and find out another way to specifically go to a plane where the Advent resides, or do they reside on the other plane?
They reside on the place between the two planes,
Okay.
so
So yes.
probably the former.
So
That's another thing I could try doing.
if I can't go to life, I'll stay here and help them with the invasion.
And you can
Fish
come to
marks.
life.
Out of
instead the group
everyone
were
to be
able
able to
come.
do that, actually, Aquilo, you would actually be quite adept at that because you work great in the cities.
Yes, I do.
I mean, he did get caught basically immediately.
That was my goal. Thank you.
That was
Yeah.
that was on purpose.
Here's
Sure,
something to propose. So the group has different missions they want achieved.
Yes.
Tinder, you want the mission of fixing Michael.
It sounds so bad.
Some of you,
Yes,
Little
please don't
gay
say
cat.
fix to a cat.
Please don't fix Michael.
some of you want the mission of fixing the corruption. Some of you want it, for example, earning money for the group.
Well, that's like a very small thing, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a different thing. The
Oh
group,
god, our objectives page is about to explode again.
if you wish, you could just give me a very broad overview of, okay, we're going to split up for a short time, do this, and this, and then reconvene after we've all completed this.
Which, yep, I would actually agree with that. And honestly, as much as I would like to go with, life, or to go up there to life, I'm going to delegate that to. I'm going to have Elric sort of take notes on everything up there, everything that he can, and bring them back to me because I think I would be better. I would be better down here with Aquilo, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, because while Aquilo works great with people on the streets and getting into places he shouldn't, you work great with people of authority. You work great
Exactly.
with handling information, while Aquilo is great with gathering information.
Well, I'm pretty good at gathering, but yes, our sources are different. We cover a lot of bases, even if Thalaias thinks Aquilo is chaotic and.
Yes, you two are kind of opposites, which is why if we have both of you working on this...
We shore up each other's weaknesses.
Exactly.
Oh man, don't make me work with him.
Okay, Aquilo, think of it like this. He's doing the jobs you don't want to do.
Yes, because if you stay here, you're going to have to talk with...
Am I going to have to talk with authority? Relegated to talking with...
Sideline.
Huh?
If you stay in the city, you get to do more gambling.
Oh, good. Yes!
But if I stay in the city, I do as well.
Yeah, you'll lose.
No, I
Jack?
won't.
The point is,
Only if you play against...
Draws Jack of Spades.
guys, there is an easy
Ace
solution
of
to this.
Hearts. Draws
Guys, there is a
You
really
stack
easy
the deck, I count the deck.
There's a really
Shush.
easy solution to this. Big B, you gamble at the hotel. Sideline, you go to the casino.
No, I'm
Well,
not.
I would like to go to the casino as well.
I'm using my void powers to teleport the card I want to the top of the deck.
They might,
Yes,
they
I can call
might
you out
take
on
magic a notice.
Mhm.
What?
All of my skill comes completely magic free.
But the point stands though is you know there is a thing. You guys can do this kind of thing. This is also a good time because I kind of want to take a short break for VT.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
Give myself a bit of time. Essentially, now I'm at the end of my course time, and I have no idea when I'm going to be at home all the time.
Time to party.
Yeah, give myself a little
Give
bit.
you
Give
time to
myself a little
sort
bit of
things
time.
out.
So essentially, give myself a. So essentially, no playing next week. Which I don't think Tina was going to be here anyway, were you?
Nope.
He was
So that's fine. That worked doubly well. And then we might resume the week after.
That works.
Yeah, that sounds fine by me.
Which then, as a group, then essentially, just tell me, like, what's everyone going to be doing? Because, so Torruun, Tinder,
Yes?
2 of you going to life.
Yes.
Yep, if Kyras is fine with that.
Totally.
Big B, Sideline, you 2 going to try and root out corruption.
Yep, I made
Indeed,
a little square for kicking ass and chewing bubblegum.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I'm also going to put a little caveat. I'm also going to be here to return the staff and try and smooth
Yes.
things over with the Inquisition a little bit.
Yep, that's fine. Jmack,
E.
You want
Comes to you
to
to sell the silver.
I presume sell silver, and then what do you want to do other than that? Because I don't presume you're going to be staying in the Elven City. It doesn't sound like.
Not staying. I have plans which are
Okay.
okay.
I
Basically,
imagine
information gathering.
I imagine stuff to do with, like Marcalia. You're going to try investigating that kind of
That and other
Okay.
things.
Okay. So in this case, I now have a basic overview, and I can kind of work out how much time you'll need for this.
Yep. Let's make 3 bubbles down at the bottom then.
Come join me, Thalaias.
All right. All right. Fine.
Yep. Okay. So in this case, these groups will set off. You guys will have 2 weeks to essentially tell me essentially what your characters plan to do, and if there's anything anyone you particularly want to talk to in these locations. I like how Ayo's in his own little green box.
Look, I have.
Wait, make it bigger. Make the box bigger.
Hold on. Okay.
Could have
Actually, yeah,
Alana
because
and Karakin and Marmite.
We can send Pico with you.
If you want.
Now, people
Well,
should
if
hang out
Pico
with us.
doesn't mind.
Also, Whiff is still
you
with
know-
me for an indeterminate amount of time.
Pico wants to stay with Thalaias.
All right. That's actually good for me because I might need her to like deal with
Want
some.
something?
Shanna's Rel.
Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. Because I'm still hurt here, and depending on how long this takes, I might not get my negative levels back. Or our negative levels. Speaking of which, I'm probably gonna have to find. Oh crap! I don't have money.
I have blood money.
Oh,
2 of them.
Yeah, but I need more scrolls.
You
I'm
can also
hoping
earn,
to find some.
you can also potentially earn some money in your downtime.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that just to get scrolls of blood money, so that I can keep giving us restorations every week.
Yeah, what scrolls do you need? Ayo's got like 7,000 golds worth.
The problem is I don't.
I can send you the scrolls when I get the money.
Still, I need like 2 a week.
But there you go. There's your 3 boxes of condensed PCs.
Also, Elric, please write down everything and bring me back notes so that.
Don't
I
worry,
mean-
he will.
You're going to have to spend time decoding his notes because
That is perfectly fine. I'm very
he's
good.
like he's like me, where I create chaotic notes that are almost unreadable to people.
Same.
That's fine. I've been working with him for the past like 6 months.
You've been getting used to it, but it's still chaotic notes.
Actually,
That is true.
I will talk to Elric about what we found, what he got in that crystal, and if it applied to all of our research, and whether I actually helped or not.
Actually, yeah, that is also true.
You definitely helped. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. Spoiler alert! By the time the downtime's done, Elric will have a solution to hiding from the face of man.
Nice.
Okay.
Ooh. Probably because we'll get
I
attacked
want
on
him
the
to keep
way
details
there and
notes.
he'll get practical experience.
It will require Moralana's help.
Well, she has the whole void hidiness, so
Yeah,
not
yeah.
surprising.
Yeah, essentially he's going to be doing science experiments on his mother.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
bet this is going to be.
I do have a couple of things to talk to Alaric about after this, because like when he slapped her on the face and we were having that like panic moment, he said something that kind of stuck in Peleus's head.
Hmm.
Hmm.
But yeah. So in this case, I can now see what everyone's going to be doing. In your case, Jmack, you don't need to be really conversing with anyone.
Well, yeah.
You
Unless he
kind of
wants to get more money.
You kind of got yourself in your small little box there.
Or do you mean party members?
Well, yeah, the party members.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Aquilo and Thalaias, of course, the 2 of you want to talk together. Tell me exactly how you plan to kind of go about doing all this.
Actually, Thalaias, we can probably finish teleportation by the time we're done with this, since you can study Aquilo's, teleporting voidy powers.
That is true. That might help. I might be able to, at the very least, discover how to teleport objects between us much more easily. But
Kyras just suddenly starts getting random items dropped on him as Aquilo's experimenting.
I literally watched Aquilo just throw cards from a deck like Shuriken for like 5 minutes without the deck running out. It was hilarious.
Yeah, he kept stealing the cards as I was throwing them.
Yep, Shunda would throw a card at a wall, and I would teleport it out of the air and back into my hand.
Meanwhile, of course, Torruun and Tinder, you two can also discuss exactly what kind of things you want to be doing while you're there at Lives, because this is going to be a thing. I'm going to be writing each of you a little. I'll be writing Torruun and Tinder. I'm going to be writing you something at some point.
Mm-hmm.
to kind of give you like an overview of stuff there, as well as I'll be doing something similar for Aquilo and Thalaias. And all of you, I suppose, will be getting a little sheet telling you like little things that will be happening.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
As I said before, I've got 2 weeks off work now, so I can do things, but I will literally be MIA from the 27th to the 31st.
Okay.
Alright then.
Well, as it stands, though, yeah, no session on the 30th, and we will resume on what will be the 6th.
Okay.
Unless something happens to my timetable that's like, oh god, suddenly
Holiday.
I need to run to this location on the 6th or something, which would be really weird.
Yeah.
But presuming nothing like that comes up.
I will tell you that I will be completely drugged and destroyed from tomorrow till like Thursday or Friday. I'm getting my wisdom teeth pulled and I'm going under huge amounts of anesthesia where I will be able to barely function.
So what you're saying?
You won't be chewing many bubblegum or kicking much ass then?
Yeah, during that period, there will not be much bubblegum or kicking ass.
So what I'm hearing is, while Tinder is away, you're going to be out of your head.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely, basically drunk.
Okay,
The
that's
entire
perfect.
time. I as the clouds.
So we'll find out what Sideline the robot's like when its oil's been contaminated.
Oh god.
Yay! So that actually leads into the question I've been trying to ask for the past couple of minutes.
Sorry.
Does the hiatus extend to SE as well?
SE, I can keep running. You guys are in a closed region right now. You're in that single town.
Yeah.
Unless you decide to just up and leave and say
Yeah.
fuck it to all of it.
Yes, that's true. But right now, you guys, as far as I'm aware, are in that single town, and currently Jortes is now missing.
Which works out well, because as I also said, I will be on my laptop on the Thursday, so I could possibly listen, but not play.
I can try recording.
We can have
Please.
secretly text documents the entire time.
Mhm. Yeah, if you could record Jmack, that'd be grand, and just send me it when I'm back.
I'll try and make sure to not, like, what the hell is this? Okay, it's off. I'll try and make sure not to accidentally put up new tabs like I keep on doing and listening to music.
Yeah, because I can't be bothered to edit your videos, so...
I haven't sent you one in the fit yet, mostly because I just don't. But anyway,
I have a second monitor for, doing stuff like
So
that.
do I. So do I.
I don't.
my graphics card
I
doesn't
do in fact. I currently have Roll20 on my right monitor, and on my left monitor I have Skype, and I also have like a form and like my music and various other things.
My graphics card doesn't support 2 monitors, so I can't.
I have 2 graphics cards.
Oh. I don't
So
know if my
It's-
motherboard
I'm
doesn't.
technically with my monitor, if I wish to even use HDMI cables, I could support 6 monitors in front of me.
Let me see.
Why?
On my left monitor, I have Roll20. On my right, I have Firefox, TeamSpeak, Notepad, OBS, my character sheet PDF, my Skype, and my Roll20 character sheet.
Yeah, on my left screen I have my Roll20, and then my right screen I have my YouTube, my wiki pages that I keep open so I can keep track of my Eidolon, my summoning stuff. I have chat window with Jeff the Hobo. I have
Okay.
I have Dropbox open. I have Spotify and Discord, and also Skype.
Actually, this was the point I was going to make. Communication is going to be a slight issue because only one of us can have the, orb.
Give the orb to Ayo.
I
No.
have
Yes.
I have scrying.
I have that too.
Right.
Which is why I was going to say
Yeah,
keep it
One thing
balanced.
to remember.
Can't, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
say
they're
give
linked.
the orb to Ayo.
Yeah, AO is
Yeah.
not.
But I
Well,
can
actually,
scry Thalaias
actually no.
and
In
Aquilo.
that case, I will.
Or no.
Actually, yeah, I will keep the orb actually, so that way we don't have to rely on you calling us AO.
Mhm.
I can call you with the orb.
But what is-
Okay,
and
so
if
if
we
something
find
goes
anything-
if something goes
I-
wrong with Ayo, he's screwed because he can't contact anybody.
I can
Yeah,
contact people.
I was
And, though,
thinking
he is
give
sending
the
and
orb
scrying.
to. I was thinking just give the orb to AO because that way he can contact either group as necessary.
But
and then
he's got
Thalaias-
the ability to do that with spells, with sending and scrying
I
and stuff
was
like that.
just
I
going
don't, and neither does Quillo.
Yeah,
He
I
just has
was-
the ability to contact you.
I was just going to ask for Shunda and for Thalaias, can I have like a bit of hair or something? Because that will make it quite easy for
Yes,
me to
yeah.
scry on you.
Yes, here.
I just
actually.
run a comb through my fur and then hand it to
Yeah, I don't
Ayo.
even need to ask. I just need to go inside your room and like pick apart your chair or something.
Yeah, I will hand that as well.
Yeah,
Also,
just
I will
deal
ask if
Shunda,
you.
it'll be fine.
Yes, I will also ask if you could let me basically observe your magic aura so that I can get your magical signature.
Of course.
So I know when to not ignore it,
You probably have
like
had,
when to not resist.
Yeah. Well, I should be
But-
able to just but yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, thinking about it, there probably isn't that much of Shunda's hair around at the moment, because it's the middle of winter, he's not shedding much.
That's true.
That we kind of just de-shed him like right before the feast.
But like, yeah, I have a possession from all of you. I also have a likeness/picture from most of you. I'm pretty sure. So now with
Yeah.
that, you have like a -16 to your will save. So I'm good.
Do you have something from me?
I may
you
or may
also
not
have
have raided
first-hand
everyone's house when
experience.
I was in Grey Rock.
You have something
You realize
of
I don't
his
keep
new
any
body.
possessions in my house. Did
Well,
you
I just need
like
something
pick...
like a pillow. Or
What pillow? He's a druid.
okay, that's true. I just need like leaves.
He steals the rock he
my
sleeps
bag
on.
of leaves?
No,
You
I just
realize
like-
it's
I just
must
like-
be like dust by now.
I just like break a chunk off your house and it's like this works.
It's a possession.
Black as the void cell phone.
You know what? Have one of you know, just take one of Pico's feathers and like I don't know, something like the drop of my blood. That would work.
Actually, it doesn't even matter with you because I can't scry you.
I should be able to just let you.
But anyway, I'm able to scry Shunda, fair enough.
Yeah. And
Didn't,
no, he could not
didn't
if you none of your stuff
Arunara's
acts like.
affect, like, a
Yeah, and actually-
radius?
And yeah, the thing is, you can't just let someone through because I promise you don't know who has. When someone's scrying you, don't know who's scrying you.
Okay.
Which is why I asked if I could examine Ayo's magical aura so that I can actually tell the magic, like the aura of the magic.
Worst case, if it doesn't get through, I'll send descending first.
Actually, let me just do this. Ayo, what do you taste like?
Bland, I imagine. I don't know.
That's
He
how-
tastes
how-
like.
I guess.
You know what he tastes like? Holiness.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, I know what Ayo
Well.
tastes like.
And this is why. And this
Also,
is why
fruit
I
stone.
are.
Huh.
Of course.
Fruit and holiness.
Oh,
Okay,
Ayo.
that's strange. Okay, I know what you taste like. Strangely, it's holiness and brimstone. Weird combo.
Yeah, Thalias isn't surprised.
You don't, I've already told you that that's not with that.
Are you a
I
demon?
know. It's fine.
Last I
He's
checked,
not a
no.
demon.
No,
I
defend.
guarantee
tiefling?
that he is not
Are you
a
a
demon. He's
tiefling?
not a
Is that
tiefling
what's going
either.
on with your hat?
No. He will take off his hat, like throw his hair around
Oh
your
my
room.
god, it actually comes off!
Yes.
Oh my god! No, put it back on! Put it back on!
His hair
You
is
look so weird
glorious.
without it!
Yeah, this glorious stream of hair just flows down as a tidal wave.
Yeah, it was just like, I need a haircut.
I could probably do that with prestidigitation.
No, it's fine.
Got a
Alright.
knife. Or Gedran.
I might need
Gedran
this
has really
all.
long claws. They're very
I should
strong.
have the holy symbol up there.
You know, Elric is pretty good with hair.
Because I could just be like, vampires are coming for you. Oh no, whip off hat. It's like holy
Aha.
symbol.
You know, a bit strangely.
I mean,
Thalias without his hat and everything looks kind of like Lawrence Cross.
it'll probably always like kind of like squints at you when you do that. It's
Just
like, is that a person?
Just less pale and, you know, different color eyes.
Is that very elf?
Very tan for an elf, I
Well,
must
they
say.
don't look anything alike. You two are just racist.
Nah. Like,
No, Thalias has long white hair like he does as
Also,
well as a
would
few other
anyone
things.
oppose AO like fighting Reliance Cross if he gets a chance?
Don't
No?
fight Lawrence
Like,
Cross.
I don't like him.
It doesn't matter. He's
Don't
not
care.
the enemy. Trust me, he is not an enemy.
I just realized that Aquilo is much paler
Look,
like Thalaias,
Look,
who's an
okay,
who's an elf.
Ayo, how about we compromise on this? You can screw with him, just don't outright fight him.
That works.
Dear crap.
I know you're going to do this, aren't you? Yep. Like, I've been
That's
waiting
exactly
for this
what-
comparison. Except his hair isn't like kind of blonde, it's just dirty brown. Not like literal dirty.
Still,
No, but this is still pretty much what I was imagining.
I imagine it's mostly like all curly,
Oh.
because like, to be honest, you don't put straight hair away with that. When you do that, it just ends up bunching, and then you take it off, and it's probably just holding its shape, mostly. So he just has like kind of a makeshift afro.
oh dear crap.
The movie had is just poofy bits of his hair.
Yeah,
Lovely.
it's just like it's like a hat tint. I guess that's what a hat actually is.
Why is the elf pale? Why is the elf tanner than Aquilo?
Because I'm a field agent.
You're blue.
I am
Yeah,
blue.
you're blue.
I don't think you count as tanned. Can you even tan?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
I'm
You
a
can
field
boil.
agent.
I can evaporate and boil.
That's not healthy. What else? But
Yes,
yes,
you could become like a darker shade of blue.
Alice,
Flush.
I can get,
whenever I get the money, I shall get you the scrolls.
All right.
I can
All
be
right.
dyed.
Well, I've given the money. I've paid for like 2 more and
Yeah. Oh, okay.
2 more
Well,
scrolls. I just need you to send me like probably 4 more scrolls with the money.
Wait, how much money does it take for Ayo to make a scroll?
12.5 for a lot of money.
How long does
Yeah.
it take you?
Like 2 hours.
Yeah, sure. Have
You make 4 a
how many
day.
how many scrolls do you have? Do you need to make Thalias?
If I'm going to cover our entire, if we are taking a month of this, I'm going to need 4 more.
You know,
Because-
only 4
Or
scrolls.
actually, nope, never mind. I'm going to need a lot more because Pico's with us. I'm going to need
Actually.
I'm going to need 3 per person per week, so 12 scrolls in total. So I need 8 more.
Did Druids get restoration?
How much gold?
No.
Druids get lesser restoration.
That's
but
an
we're going up to life.
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
you probably could get
The
boosted.
group up there can probably be okay because life can probably provide your restorations.
Okay, that works.
No, just in meeting life, will probably get a negative level unturned just by being in their presence.
For some of you, for any of you who have discussed, for example, with the 2 with Soraya's 2 kids, they did describe it as being in his presence, or like they had loads of bruises and cuts at the time because they're kids and they've got themselves in trouble. Just being in the
He's got a
presence,
freaking
they all
healing
closed
aura.
up.
That's
He's got
creepy.
a freaking healing aura.
And now
Actually-
I'm worried for Michael.
You should be fine.
I mean,
No,
he's
no,
been
no,
there
Actually, no,
before,
he
Michael's
should-
but
already
should be
been in
fine as
contact
well.
with them.
Yeah,
I know, I
Mike-
know.
Even if Michael doesn't remember, he'd been in the presence before.
I know,
Yeah,
but it's
it's-
just it's that niggling feeling in the back of your mind, you know?
Yeah, but I doubt he's actually like radiating positive energy or anything like that. I bet he's more radiating preservation, basically. So, like abjuration magic.
Mechanically, he can activate a aura of regeneration, granting all creatures an aura of regeneration, which includes limbs.
Oh dear crap. Oof.
Nice.
Okay, so I think life is going to be incredibly good in a battle.
One of the things you can be reminded by before you leave is the fact that out of all the Marquis, Life had the longer to master his power.
Yeah.
That is entirely true. Soraya hasn't actually had any time to master her power.
No,
Pretty
no,
sure.
Soraya has had now had a day.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Everhimina, the Marquis of Life, has had more than 100 years.
yeah, I guess that is true. He's kind of like me, only with Marquis
There is-
powers instead of
there is-
knowledge.
There is a reason why War has to have an army to take him down, even though Life doesn't have an army.
Because he doesn't need one. He
He-
literally just wades through swords.
The problem is he's the person who walks. He's essentially a regeneration tank. He can walk through the army and heal himself quicker than the enemy can kill him.
And the thing is, with his mastery of life magic, he can drain the life from people that he touches, I bet.
He could, though he's not that specialized on it. His
No,
powers are more on
he doesn't-
preserving and healing.
True. He probably doesn't like it. Or he could just touch them and put them into stasis.
Life is my favorite kind of tank. Regenerative.
I mean, you was literally described to you as one of the stories for the way the Marquis of Life can sometimes fight is, oh, I've assassinated the Marquis of Life. Excellent. Suddenly he auto-resurrects.
That is also entirely true.
Like,
And then they just kill him again and go, well, there goes my alchemist elixir of life I drank today.
the
Kills
issue-
him again. Well, there went my contingency spell.
I'm just saying, the problem is when you have Life and Void fighting, and Void aligns himself to Life's powers.
Oh god.
They keep resurrecting each other.
Limbs keep
This-
falling off.
This reminds me of like Torruun's quote-unquote final battle. It was
You can
basically-
Quickly, hide behind the pile of dead
Immortal
arms.
versus- it was basically immortal versus immortal. It just like
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
If any of you are familiar with, because while I haven't watched Star Wars, I know a lot of hands get cut off.
hmm
Yeah, essentially, you could literally have a battle where you cut off each other's hands a dozen times, and the problem is you keep regenerating them. Is it healthy for you? No. You can lose all your constitution, for sure, but you know.
Oh, all right then. I guess I hope you can actually get me the scrolls every single day.
Ayo is good at this.
I don't know why I put
Okay,
roll.
that's it's fine. But yeah, okay, that's good. So I just basically don't have to worry about it, about scrolls of blood money. now.
Yes. Collaborate in your mini groups or your solo. In one of your
Aye.
cases.
Well, I can communicate with people easily enough.
Yeah, but the point is collaborate in your little groups and kind of come up with essentially what are your, especially for Aquilo and Thalaias, your kind of action plan.
Yep.
In the case for you, for Torruun and Tinder, the two of you, how are you essentially going to be like introducing yourselves, acting, etc. With Michael leading you, of course, because Michael knows the destination.
Yeah.
Because basically you guys need to more tell me how do you get to life, or you guys are more. Well, you guys down in the town need to tell me how are you actually planning to root corruption out. And you just need to tell me what you're doing.
Yeah, I shall soon.
Well, this level I took Phantom Steed as a actual spell I know, so we can all get there very fast. And Asina can just catch up.
Asina will be fine.
Oh yeah, good. And Ayo is actually taking Marmite with him this time.
Look, I'll try and keep Marmite
Specifically.
with me as much as I can.
Marmite
know-
follow him.
You know, that's actually a good point. Ayo, can I get you to store a Clarion Call into my caller?
Yeah, sure.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. I just need to call this Sena while we're en route. That's all.
I mean, Asena's with you.
She was never at the crater.
I took her with me when I came back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
unaware of this. Never mind then.
Yeah, she's been with us the entire time.
Never mind then.
Because I went to go grab everyone's stuff and the chest.
What was in the chest again?
All that silver, which
Oh.
I'll be taking up. So I need to go get another piece of cloth.
Just saying, I'm glad to see chaos is already getting started with you two.
I've said this before. As a player, I don't mind Aquilo. As a character, oh dear Christ. Pushes every button that Thalaias
Yeah,
has.
it's just like how, as a player, I like Jortes. As a character, oh my god, do I despise him.
It's a bit different from my
And that's
Aquilo-
what makes me
Aquilo-
happy.
Aquilo doesn't mind Thalius. It's just that he likes messing with him. He
Have you
finds
guys
it
noticed
funny.
though have you guys noticed that Jmack's characters very rarely get hated though?
That's because I'm a likable
no, because-
person.
Yeah,
Oh.
Jmack is very good at
That's because all of his
playing
characters
a
are
character that everyone likes.
Have you not also noticed all of his characters are charisma characters?
I guess
Yeah.
technically
That's-
he
seems
is,
to be a
although I
force
think
of
it's
habit.
more wisdom right now.
To be honest, my problem is I tend to I'm used to having to take charisma rolls because no one usually wants to do it. So I
Well-
kind of automatically start with an insight of I should be able to talk to people.
My problem is I like taking a charisma roll, but not having any charisma.
Just let others speak.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue I've been having for like the last day.
Normally, I just like.
Well,
hitting
in
with the big
your
stick.
defense though, you're actually not bad at social, Tinder. You're just
Not very good.
good.
I have -1 charisma on Jortes.
Yeah,
But-
Mark has -2.
But you do have
And no training.
You do have 7 diplomacy.
That's
Yeah, if it's diplomacy, I'm decent. If it's anything else, just no.
See?
And unfortunately, it's been everything else.
Yeah.
See,
And
this
my
is
Thork is
my
just
next
like
time
you
I
guys.
You're the one who started doing subterfuge.
Yeah, but he's a
I
rogue. That's kind of
know.
his business model.
whichever next character I make is going to have charisma, because I need to know I need to like actually play a character. 'Cause I like talking to NPCs and things. I like going out and doing stuff, and while I certainly love the like socially awkward character or the like character that has sort of my abrasive personality sometimes, he's a bit of an ass. I want to play a character in like a full campaign that actually has 1 charisma, 2 charisma skills.
I'm just pointing out this sign for you.
Team kick.
My inbox now has it officially labelled in it.
Oh dear.
Oh, right, Tinkergas.
Oh yes.